Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this special meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. We have a few items that we know will take, that have the potential to take some extra time to walk through and think through, and I'm glad that you all are here to help us do that. So, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, first we have the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. We have
Second.
motion and seconds. Motion and seconds. Everybody has to weigh in on this one. To adopt the agenda as printed. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. We have an agenda. Mr. Clark.
Next, we have our ordinances, second reading. The first item is item 2023-622, ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections 4-1 and 4-4 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol. Amending section 18-20 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the purchase, sale, and possession of alcohol in parks, and amending section 2-339 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to civil citation for the possession or consumption of an open container of an alcoholic beverage, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Persons, you're going to handle
Thank
this one
you,
for us.
Mr. Mayor. I don't have a presentation. I did want to point out the ordinance in your backup, which is labeled C, includes the amended effective date of the ordinance to January 1st, 2024. There was some additional conversation and motion by the commission after the passage of this ordinance on first reading. And staff provided some backup in this item for commission clarification on some of these issues. So we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And to be clear for everyone, this second reading ordinance is basically putting back into place the open container ordinance as it was 2 years ago. The second one addresses, item 2 on our agenda addresses ACE districts. Commissioner Book.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, these two items I think we'll probably have some good discussion and good feedback from. While they seem to overlap and be the same, they're two very different items. The item that will be coming to the Hospitality, Arts, and Cultural District, we'll be talking about specific geography and what can be done there. And this open container ordinance simply does something that has been in place prior to the pandemic for longer than I've been in Gainesville. So it was a long time, many years. Commissioner Chestnut may have been, you may have the historical knowledge. I do not there, but it's been some time. I think it is a public safety ordinance. I think there is nexus to both public safety, having a vibrant city and a welcoming city, and I don't think that being able to drink anywhere, anytime, 24/7 in public places makes us a city that's more welcoming and vibrant. And certainly not safer. So with that, I move approval of 2023-622.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, before you call the vote, if I just for clarity, there were 3 ordinances in the package. It's the third one. It's draft ordinance 2023, 1026. There are 3 there, and I just want to make sure that the one that is passed is the version that Andrew spoke to a few moments ago.
And so, Madam Manager, that would be the one that takes us to what it was pre-pandemic in its entirety without the other specificity of it.
That is correct. I'll yield to the city attorney. I think the effective date is what is the change here, but I just want to make sure there are 3 ordinances in this backup.
Right.
And it's the last one that we're talking about right now.
Mr. Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, the ordinance that's at issue right now, the subject of this motion, is the most recent one that's added. I can tell you that we had forwarded on the copy of the ordinance well over a week ago, and for some reason, double checked that the effective date, January 1st, had not been updated. So that's the only thing that's changed between the previous one, but the most recent one. Overall, this ordinance here, as directed, is word for word what was in place prior to 2020, with the sole exception of a tweak to section 41B2 where we had to add language to comport with the state statute that talked about resealed containers. So lines on page 3, lines 5 through 12, just are that addition to deal with that statutory tweak. Otherwise, it is the ordinance that was in place prior to the open container ordinance being held in abeyance in 2020 and then later amended in 2020 or 2021. It's that version.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you, Manager. And got a little ahead of ourselves. I'll remind everyone that we want to try to have discussion and then hear from the public and have a little more discussion before we put the motion out. But the motion is out there, and I think that's probably just fine. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I just have some questions for staff. Mr. Persons, if you could. There were three number of items that I had requested coming forward with that to review that would have some fairly large unintended consequences, in my opinion. Could you go over? I mean, first of all, and I think the largest one is the change that occurred as it relates to selling of alcohol within an outdoor seating area versus an enclosed porch.
Mr. Mayor, yes, in the ordinance that the commission is taking action on, there are requirements for sale of alcohol beverages on outdoors on property owned by parties other than the city. So this is private property. In the reverted ordinance, that language reads within a porch or patio that is part of a permanent building on property zoned and permitted and operated as either A, an alcohol beverage establishment within the central city district, or B, as an eating place, or C, for the manufacture of alcoholic beverages. I think the issue that Commissioner Eastman is identified here is that, and it's in the response in your backup. The Central City District is a defunct zoning district, a defined part of our downtown. We no longer have a Central City District zoning. Similarly, eating places are it's a outdated nomenclature that the city used to use to describe restaurants. Now we call them by what they are, restaurants, not eating places. And so what this provision is saying is that within private property in the city, any sort of outdoor sale and realistically by proxy consumption of alcoholic beverages has to occur within a porch or patio, and it would only occur if it was an alcoholic beverage establishment within that old CCD district, or as an eating place, or as a manufacturer. So there may be some unintended consequences that the commission may wish to consider for small businesses outside of the core of the city that have small sort of de minimis, maybe beer and wine sales associated with a principal use. The ordinance, the sort of previous version of the ordinance had a more generic language that read, within an outdoor seating area that is part of an approved use of property which is zoned and permitted for the consumption of alcoholic beverages. That's non-specific to the CCD zoning district, nor is it include an eating place, an outdated definition. So if the commission were to consider that would be, from staff's perspective, I think language that would cover this issue and not potentially revert some businesses that have had outdoor seating outside of the downtown area for some sale and consumption.
And so that would, so as it used to be, it would need to be on a porch or patio that is attached to the
Correct.
permanent building. So for instance, I just had a good time at the Tom Petty Tom Petty Festival this weekend, where they have a area where they sell beer that is outdoors, not attached to the building. That would make them out of compliance with our code.
Yes, and I think a good example of an existing business that the commission may be familiar with, there's a small pub called Black Adder over out in the by. Yes, thank you. So that's outside of the Central City District. It's an alcoholic beverage establishment, but they do have some outdoor seating now that they've added since the start of the pandemic. This older language would mean that they would need to get rid of all of that outdoor seating because they're an alcoholic beverage establishment outside of the Central City District on private property. The reverted, or the language I read from the backup, that would still preserve that, but I think still get to the intent of the commission's motion for the reinstatement.
Well, so within this Central City District, you have to be an alcoholic beverage establishment. So or you have to be an eating place or a manufacturer of alcoholic beverages. So I'd imagine so I mentioned a music venue would not, because that would be a de minimis use of alcohol, if I recall right.
Yeah, they would be an alcoholic beverage establishment as defined. Yeah,
that would be the Heartwood South
for that.
section.
Yeah, for that one example. Yeah.
But then, and it's within the Central City District, because so if it is de minimis, it can still be utilized as an alcoholic beverage establishment. Even if your main thing is, say, selling plants or selling bicycles and you have alcohol, you would be an alcoholic beverage establishment under this ordinance?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that it is, if we were to move forward with this, which I think we will, I would at least like to ask that we keep the language that is not outdated and would not have unintended consequences for folks perhaps outside of the Central City District. And I think that I don't think it impacts the intent of what the majority was looking for on this, to say that you cannot drink in public right of way while not impacting our small businesses in any way that have been utilizing this in this particular way without really any issues for the last little while. But I did. Then you put some things here with outdoor events, which when I spoke to you before, I don't know if we went back to if we go to the ordinance as it currently stands, it doesn't seem like being able to drink on private property is really, you'd still be able to do that, generally speaking. And a lot of this, as it relates to outdoor events, was in a prior time when you wouldn't be able to have done that.
That's correct, right.
So it would kind of
Consumption
capture
would
that.
still be permitted, right. It's just a question of the sale. And then and that information in the backup is really just clarifying what the sort of post reinstatement would look like in terms of outdoor alcohol events.
Okay. And then finally, and the third point that's on here is that this would now bring back not just citation penalties, but criminal penalties, which kind of opens up a different can of worms. I know that there's some impact as to search and seizure, questions like that, but it also means that suddenly you have criminal penalties for something that was legal to do just maybe a year ago, 2 months ago. Can you, maybe it's better for GPD or to come from you, but what are the benefits or the downsides of imposing criminal penalties on this?
Yes, and I don't know if Chief's coming up, but I can, I'll certainly defer to Chief on it. I think from discussions with GPD, I think they felt very strongly that having both a criminal and a civil option when dealing with situations from officers in the field was very necessary. The internal department policy that they provided in backup helped sort of the commission understand, what sort of circumstances that a responding officer would use in terms of determining whether a civil citation is the right path or a criminal citation, either through a notice to appear or a physical arrest. But all
right. Amazing.
Yep.
Yeah. Chief Scott, do you want?
Mr. Perkins covered it pretty well. That's our initial contact with folks is to deal with this in the civil manner, the civil citation. The escalation for that is for the behavior of the person, if they become aggressive or something along those lines. If there are other charges that are attached to it, if it gets to the point where they've had failure to appear, where, in other words, they were previously issued citations and they failed to respond to it. So this is the progressive type of application in reference to the penalty for it. And there are certain things that we can do and we can't do because it's criminal. If it's a criminal, search and seizure is part of it. Sometimes that is utilized to get to a higher level of crime. But when you look at the numbers overall, you saw a dramatic decrease in the number of physical arrests.
A number of physical arrests? you said?
Physical arrests, yeah, that's something that we rarely do. For us to physically arrest someone for an open container, and that's a stole violation,
Yeah.
that takes an officer out of service for about an hour, and we don't have the staffing that allows us to do that. So the last resort for us, quite frankly, is a physical arrest, unless there are other parameters, variables that are there.
Yeah. I mean, what spooks me about it is the, well, one, the kind of the discretion, and because this is an internal, this is all internal, so of course it can change over time, kind of at the discretion of the Gainesville Police Department. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's been in place for at least 9, if not 10 years.
Yeah.
And we don't see a need to change it because it's functioning appropriately. So we have no intent on changing it. The intent, the efficiency of it right now works for us. And again, we're limited also by the jail. The fact that there's only so many positions in the jail that we can put bodies into the jail. We don't need to fill those folks with minor violations. We look for the more serious, particularly the life safety issue that when we get to the point where we need to take someone to jail. As long as folks aren't being aggressive and cooperating reasonably with the officer, the discretion, and we have discretion in everything we do just about, the discretion is that the officer utilizes the lesser discipline or lesser corrective action to afford the person the opportunity to leave it with minimal impact.
Right. And, but as we pass laws like these, of course, a speeding law does more than just allow a police officer to pull someone over for speeding. It's a law that most of us try to follow. That's why we pass these laws, is they are used as a way to stop people, of course, from doing things. You can't have police enforcing every single thing. And it worries me that as we're passing arts, culture, and entertainment districts, and then there's these sort of lines that are around, and you happen to cross, a line that it's just spooky for folks to suddenly have these criminal violations that are there just for crossing a line that they may or may not see that is there. And I recognize that GPD will use their discretion and probably not use it against folks on a general basis. But just the knowledge that there is a criminal citation out there and that it is a criminal penalty, I think would be. I don't see why it needs to be a criminal penalty in the same way that like a noise violation, for instance, is that that's normally a civil citation. Is there also criminal penalties involved?
There are some criminal penalties for it after, again, it's your behavior, the response to the initial issuance, the initial warning, the initial fine, and it's progressive. If you fail to make the corrections, it can become a criminal citation.
And so I put that in my original motion that I've seen that in other places, including with our noise ordinance, that a failure to correct this would I would think still allow GPD potentially to stop these things from happening, but that you could correct the issue just like you could turn down noise, you could pour out the beer, you could throw it away in case you happen to step outside of there. And if someone is acting aggressive, is refusing to cooperate, is refusing to do those things, at which point, civil or criminal penalties could be going in there. I think it's something that's worth looking into, but we're kind of rushing forward with this, and so it's hard for me to kind of dig into the nuances of all these things. But I do think at minimum, we should be using the current language related to the outdoor seating areas that are zoned and permitted for consumption of alcoholic beverages. And I would like for us to have a longer discussion about the criminal penalties and the civil penalties at some point. But I understand it gets nuanced and more complicated than we could probably get into in this meeting. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
I have a question first for Mr. Persons. Understanding the eating establishments or eating places, I believe it's called, about that idea is outside of what could be an open container district. Very specific example that was brought to my attention and someone trying to understand. One Love Cafe in Magnolia Park, this is a place where they have some sort of liquor license, definitely on, for themselves, but I would say during the pandemic, I noticed that people took their drinks a little further afield than what I thought was perhaps their property, take a walk around. What So is this, are there establishments like that will be limited in some way from what they're currently doing?
So the provision that we're talking about, it's not consumption, it's the sale. So, the city attorney pointed out that with the example of Blackadder, they actually sell inside and people go take their beers outside. But if you had servers, let's say, who were serving in an outdoor area, that would, I think, constitute like sale of alcohol. So I think with One Love, you actually go inside and order, if I remember, and then you bring your food out. I don't know if they have any servers, but there are. The concept is the same. You see it would be private property where the sale of alcohol is occurring in an outdoor area outside of the central city district. That would be prohibited with the existing language that's in the ordinance.
Okay. And I think it comes to mind because I think over the past couple of years, what is being sold on their patio versus, I think we have some fire rings now, and I don't know exactly where their land ends and where Magnolia Park, as it is,
Right.
Starts. But that's the kind of confusion I think that some business owners may have. Hopefully, they're following this very closely so that they can stay within the law, whatever is decided. I do have some concern about that. Some of that confusion, just like in Blackadder's case, what people got used to, and which seems like, oh, is this a patio? Is it not? Is it
Right.
table service? Or if a business just they should know the law. I agree, so that when they change something from counter service to a server coming out somewhere, that's on them to know. But it does seem like it is a potential confusion point for businesses. But that may be something we have to get to eventually.
Well, and in the grand scheme of things, it is relatively minor compared to everything else the commission's considering with this. But it is because there was no discussion about this when the commission has discussed this ordinance, and it will potentially have unintended impacts that I don't think that the commission was really kind of considering. We felt like it was enough to bring this forward to make sure that this was at least in the record, that if the commission did want to take action before the finalization of the second reading, this is something we're provided that in the backup.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Persons. And then for Chief Scott, I have a couple questions just so I understand, particularly in regards to civil versus criminal, and also within and outside of what would be an open container, could potentially be an open container district. Can GPD under this new, if we go back to this, compelling someone to stop drinking whatever they're drinking, does that happen under a civil or criminal or both citation? And this comes to mind because I believe it was the Gainesville Sun ran a picture of people being cited, I believe a Tennessee football game, and both people still had their drinks in their hand. I was confused because my first thought was if you're being cited for something like that, you probably immediately dispose of your drink.
Yes.
But I was confused. And since we talked about this escalating and then needing to have criminal penalties, I just wondered a little bit about, is there any difference between the civil and the criminal about how you can immediately stop behavior?
Yeah, well, if the person is in possession of open container, the typical response from the officer is to ask the person to pour it out or dispose of it. Some folks want to dispose of it really quickly. Others will comply and pour it out. That's the typical instruction from the officer is that you're in possession of a container. I'm citing you for it. I'm going to write you the citation. You cannot be in possession of it. Please pour that out, put the can or the bottle or cup into the garbage can, and then you give them the citation and let them go. If a person became aggressive, I'm not going to do it, start to take a more aggressive stance and become really resistive to the officer's action, then it could escalate to a criminal charge. Because the officer's given them instruction, the lawful order, and they're failing to obey that order, the officer could escalate it to the point where they issue them a notice to appear, which is still a citation, it allows them to leave with a promise to appear in court and answer the charges. If they became even more aggressive and refused to sign a citation, then the officer could escalate to the point where they make a physical arrest. Those situations are rare. Most people, I think, once they become aware that there are criminal charges attached to it, comply. In fact, most people don't get beyond a simple citation. And part of this has all come about because years ago, it was a requirement that you have to have attachments to the community. You have to be local to receive a civil citation or notice to appear. And if you didn't have weren't local, then you were physically arrested. That changed years ago, and they made it recognize that there are a lot of folks that we were arresting, quite frankly, were here for football games, and people from out of town who had no idea sometimes that it was illegal. And so those folks ended up making the change. The city commission made a change in the ordinance, and the civil citation was something that we started to utilize as our primary effort to address the violation.
Okay. And so then I think my last question is about, are there behaviors that inside an open container district, because they're allowed to have alcohol, an open container, would, I'm talking escalated behavior, but because you don't have the initial open container violation, that those would escalate to a criminal offense inside as well as outside, So this is that question, kind of to Commissioner Eastman's point about what happens, we have a line, and I have some concern about understanding the enforcement of an open container district, particularly with people who might have an escalating behavior of some sort, versus on the outside, if they no longer have a container, but they're also having behaviors that are possibly reason for citation. So forgive me if that's not exactly a clear question, because you have behavior inside versus outside, you have with alcohol versus not alcohol. I'm talking, civil versus criminal citation, and those are like 6 different ideas. And I don't know how to ask my question properly, but if you can give me any insight on I'm really concerned about, people walking from one side of the line to the other, and, what they can and can't do does change.
Well, our actions are based primarily on the person's actions, their behavior. So if they pose a risk to the public safety or to order maintenance, then whether they're inside the district or outside, then we are obligated, quite frankly, to take some type of action. So if a person is, swinging a chair around or they're running through the crowd, knocking people down, whether they're inside the district or not, we're going to take action. Now, if they are outside the district and they happen to have an open container, that's another vehicle for us to do it. Or maybe they're doing something that's not quite there, but they're being aggressive, and a lot of times we have folks that call us. It may be a business or someone downtown that observes this behavior, then it allows us to come in and be able to try to convince that person to modify their behavior and or leave the area. If a person's inside the district, everything that we do is based on behavior. We're not sitting there in a car waiting for someone to walk across the line with an open container. We're looking at their behavior. Does their behavior pose a threat to the public safety? So we have to respond to that. Or maybe a person's so inebriated that they can't operate safely on their own. They're stumbling out into the street. They're bumping into folks, and it's becoming more aggressive. All of the behaviors, whether you're inside the district or not, we have to pay attention to and be responsive to.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Scott. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I did have one question, though, for you, since you're already up here.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as data collection, and I will maintain my point that we don't have any hard data that shows specifically in Gainesville or at GPD that this has become a problem. We don't have hard data. and it may be a question for you, it may be a question for Mr. Libby as far as what's allowed. Moving forward, because I can count to 4, if and when this passes, can GPD collect data related to violent crimes as far as blood alcohol content or any level of inebriation from suspects?
We can see if we can set up our system, our report system to collect the data as to whether or not the person's been drinking or not. That's a change that we would have to make with our computer software provider. But I'll look into that, follow up with that, and we'll get back with you and let you know if we can do that successfully.
Thank you, Chief. I think I found out on Monday that we have little mobile breathalyzers that you can just take out with you. Not sure how much those cost, but I think given the ease of that, and one of the criticisms of this policy being the lack of hard data, it would behoove us to start collecting that data, at least as far as violent crimes, so we can get to a definitive source, or at least rule out elements that may be contributing. So if you arrest 10 people, 9 of them have been drinking to some degree, we know that's a problem. Fine.
We'll do the research and get back.
Okay,
with
I'd
you.
appreciate
Send
that,
to the
sir.
city manager's office.
Thank you. And I think, Mr. Persons, if y'all could flip. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Persons, looking through the, I'll backtrack real quick. I agree with Commissioner Eastman that we should probably protect those small businesses that have that kind of seating arrangement where it is detached from the building, which is the smallest of details, but it does impact small, locally owned businesses that we all say we want to protect, and does make Gainesville, it's Gainesville. So I really would ask that we make that change before we pass anything on second today. But as far as reading through the ordinance itself, and I'm going to ask you to correct me if I'm wrong, as far as permitting for events, for alcohol consumption and distribution at separate events, we have 2 different permit processes, correct? One in the downtown and one anywhere else?
There is special event language in the ordinance that deals with alcohol event permits within the downtown district as well. And that downtown district, to clarify, this is in the attachment, permits within that are specifically allowing consumption in public property and right-of-way. Then you have events that are happening on private property where that event is allowing for the sale of alcoholic beverages, but it does not permit consumption on right-of-way
Okay.
or on public property.
So I have a law degree, and you lost me.
It is a little confusing.
And that's why I'm asking you, just because I attempted to go through the ordinance a couple of times and had to keep flipping back and forth to figure out why one allows up to 6 permits per year, per calendar year, and then one allows up to 2
Per property.
per property. But I guess when you're talking about public property, where if something overlaps that same 500 square feet, do we count that as a second use of that spot? Even though, if the first event is here, the second event is kind of here, so it kind of overlaps, are we considering that the same space? You can never use that middle section again until the next calendar year. I know that we need regulations and details, and it seems arbitrary to me, though. I'm concerned of that, and I also know the downtown district, it is the map that we have in place currently that was inserted. That is our most up-to-date downtown district.
Yes, the map that's labeled downtown district, yes.
Okay, and as we we know we're gonna grow, we've done the studies, we know we're gonna grow. As downtown grows in any one direction, would that map be updated continuously, or?
It could be. I mean, I think the amendment process would have to come back through the commission as an ordinance because it would be amending the actual ordinance with a map. So you would need to, if the commission decided, hey, we want to grow this downtown district at some point in the future, that the existing map would get switched out to a different map in the future.
And-
But that would have to be a commission direction.
So
and
that would have to
decision.
be at least 2-3 meetings?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And this map was, the boundaries of this map was determined by zoning?
Yeah, originally, yes. Yes, it was the original limits of the Central City District, which is that defunct zoning district I mentioned.
So you guys just copy pasted the boundaries mostly?
Well, this was the map that was in the alcohol ordinance prior to, and that's being restored.
So you just moved it, called it something else?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, we all know I'm not in favor of this anyway, but my concerns really do come down to making sure our smaller businesses aren't impacted negatively, so I would ask for that change. But then also just the permitting process for events seems a little convoluted, and as a stickler, I think it's a little inequitable that UF gets a pass with one permit, while everybody else has to apply for multiple and are limited, where UF gets, I don't know, 8 home games. I don't know how many home games we have, but things like 7 or 8, which already surpasses the max somebody would be able to get with one permit, and so they can keep having other activities and events. That seems a little unjust to the town part of Town and Gown, that UF gets that pass, and otherwise we have to go through this extensive permitting process to figure out, am I going to close off a street? Is it going to be semi-private? Is it, if it is on private property, but then also some city property, does it require both? Do you then burn a permit on each side of that process? I think it's a little convoluted if you wish to have alcohol outside of that proposed arts and entertainment district, which I think is unfair to a lot of folks who do charity events, who do really just community-friendly events that are open in the daytime, no one gets hurt, and now they have to go through a rigmarole to have a component of their fundraising, which could be sale, highly marked up sales of alcohol, but it's for a good cause. And it's usually not, it historically has not been a problem, and now there's an extra component. That's the thing. I did have a question. It may be for the attorney, though. As far as penalties, it says that any violation, where is it? Any person not in compliance, and businesses are people, so are organizations are people as well. So I know where it says you have to keep this contained area with a fence, and you have to make sure people do not leave. Is the person cited the individual drinking or the organizer of the event?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, which section are you speaking of?
So page 11, line 17, number 3. The permittee shall not allow alcoholic beverages purchased outside, nor shall the permittee allow alcoholic beverages sold inside to be taken out of, consumed outside. Yeah. And then when you go down to penalties, it says, if I could find it again, penalty. There's a lot, and I should have printed it, but I was trying to save a tree. Where do we have penalties? There we go. Page 12 on 12, or on page 12 on 15, any person not in compliance with any section of this article shall be subject to those penalties, unless that one is exclusive for parks, but I think it's overall for permitting. Are we citing then the organizer, the permittee who let a drinker walk off the premises, or are we citing the drinker who walked off the premises?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would defer to interpretation by law enforcement, but certainly to the extent that the ordinance places an obligation upon anyone, be it the permittee or the consumer, that is found to have violated, I think it'd be subject to the penalties.
So both, potentially, either or.
I think that's certainly an appropriate interpretation. Now, I'm not sure if that's how it's been interpreted and applied in the past or not.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So I think I would want that portion cleaned up. I think rather than pushing through on a second reading today, that we take these considerations to make this as useful and clear as possible. Because I don't think, similar to what Commissioner Willetts here said, you know, some folks are drinking. It could have been in a sanctioned spot. They walk off because they're not from here. Are we suddenly going to cite them? Are we suddenly going to cite whoever was hosting that event and they're enclosed off little 4-foot fence area and they just wander off and, you know, they're not blackout drunk, but maybe they stumble a little because it's hot. They haven't exactly had another cup of water. GPD stops them. Are we citing them? Where did you get the alcohol? Are we citing also the event organizer? And there's like a group of 5 of them. Are we citing them a total of $1,000 because 5 people wandered off? I would like this cleaned up to specify if it is the permit holder or the individual drinking. And I know why we put it, you know, any person not in compliance. Like that just means anybody is subject to it. But I think there's a big difference between someone organizing a small event with 50 people, then getting cited a couple $100s per person, versus an individual choosing to just wander off. So I would prefer, I don't know what the correct answer would be. I don't know what the better language would be, but I do know that I do not like the taste of that ambiguity and potentially penalizing someone who went through a lot of hoops to organize something, now being penalized for the choices of another person. Yeah, that was my other holdup. So I know the motion was made and seconded, but I would strongly encourage giving staff a second chance to clean up some of this, if only to add what Commissioner Eastman has said. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance will go into effect January 1, 2024.
That's correct.
Correct. I wonder, Madam Mayor, Madam Manager, and Mr. Attorney, if it would be useful to do a document, frequently asked questions that we could distribute. I think that it would help to guide people. That was a process that's used very, very frequently with the legislature, and it is very, very helpful as people are trying to interpret the law. So perhaps you would consider that.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I think that's a really good idea, particularly if this passes and if item 2 passes and as a unit. I think that it would be really useful to folks to be able to pick their phone up and understand what they're doing in the moment, perhaps. At any rate, before I make just a couple of comments here, I'll remind, I know most of the folks here are either staff or media, but for those of you who would like to make a public comment, just please make sure you fill out a form to make it easier to do that. And that will be true for each item on the agenda, as it always is. I thought we would get through this first item pretty quickly. I was incorrect, and that's okay. I am, as always, very pleased that we can have civil disagreements up here and move through the process. That is how this is all supposed to work, and I'm really pleased to see that. I don't believe that we are rushing or pushing. We have literally been working on this for months. And here we are at a decision point. There is no reason that we can't come back and do other cleanups in the future if that's where we want to go. But at this point, I support the motion. Let's see, Mr. Clerk, do we have public comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 speakers, starting with Carrie Warren, followed by Maria Edwards, and lastly, Robert Mounts.
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Warren.
Carrie Parker Warren, thank you for the opportunity. I'm not here today to speak against drinking alcohol, but I am here to speak against opposing the ordinance that you have now, open container. We need to think about 2 things when we either vote for it or against it, and that is the safety and the health of our citizens in this county. We know when people drink alcohol, our tolerance level seems to go lower. We are usually on edge, and our temper levels seem to be high. So what we need to think about is that gun law that has come into effect from Tallahassee. The people that drank too much can now carry guns without permission, from what I can understand, or permits. At one time, you could bump into somebody on the street that had too much to drink, and you say, "Excuse me," and they tip their hat to you and say, "Excuse me." But now it's almost like the Wild Wild West. You bump up into me, they don't even give you the opportunity to meet in the streets and have a draw. What they do now is they pull their guns out and they shoot you. It is not safe to have that open container remaining. We take our children downtown for dinner sometimes in the evening, and we expose our children to a lot of things that they shouldn't be exposed to if we have people walking around getting a little tipsy with too much to drink. I'm speaking for my community, Azalea Trails, because I did put this before the people that live in my community, and they agree with most of what I'm saying. What we also need to realize is that health-wise, if you go downtown in some of these areas and we have people that have had too much to drink, certain things that come from their bodies, you have to walk in it. It's unhealthy. And we need to take control of that. And to take some of draw a line and say, all of y'all that want to drink publicly, stand over there, and all of you that don't, stand over here. That's not going to work either. Because people that have had too much to drink, when you put them together, then they fight each other. And it goes beyond that line that you have drawn for people that who can drink openly and those that cannot. So I really want you to consider some of the things that is wrong with this, and that is health-wise, it's not good, and also safety. It's not safe to do that. I don't have people take their shoes off.
Wrap up, if that's okay.
Sorry,
thank you.
in my home, but if you continue this, I might have to do that because you bring germs into establishments and homes. Thank you.
Thank you. And who's next?
Next up is Maria Edwards.
Welcome.
Maria Hove Edwards. It's not the reason I came today, but I might as well give you a few ideas. The University of Florida, under President Fox, became number 5. Our new president, Ben Sasse, wants to get the University of Florida within the private and the public university into a better position. If I had a daughter or granddaughter or great-granddaughter that I was choosing where to send her to a university, I don't think that I would necessarily choose to send her to a university that would have the idea of being a party town. Now, I know that we have ascended much, but I do remember that in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, the image that the University of Florida had was of a party town. And this is when we had streakers going through Florida field and people going to farms looking for psilocybines in cow patties. And therefore, I would say, how does your ordinance in terms of alcohol, beverages, going to assuage a parent that is going to spend a lot of money sending their children or their daughters to the University of Florida, that this is a town that actually cares for the young by the way that you behave on their alcohol consumption? Thank you.
Thank you. I would remind everyone that I think we may have gotten off track. What we're talking about here is reinstating the ban on open containers that was in place until 2 years ago. Mr. Bounce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I'm Robert Mounce, and today for both topics I've been authorized to speak on behalf of the Matheson Museum Board and the University Park Neighborhood Association Board, and I'm also here as a Moms Demand Action volunteer. Obviously concerned about gun violence. I also submitted to you an article in the backup, which should be in the public backup. Opening line says, alcohol plays a large role in criminal activities and violence. Excessive drinking has the ability to lower inhibitions, impair a person's judgment, and increase the risk of aggressive behaviors. Because of this, alcohol-related violence and crime rates are on the rise throughout the country. And I believe from what we've heard from Chief Scott the last couple of years, definitely on the rise here. So we're in favor of resuming full enforcement of the open container ordinance as it was pre-COVID. We think that that temporary relief that was provided to bar owners and restaurants downtown is no longer necessary. And I will note that a bar owner at our last session said, well, now we need this in order to recover lost profits. Well, frankly, I doubt that anyone with a liquor license is hurting financially. But there's another thing that I used to rely on, the innkeeper's supposed responsibility to ensure that people drink responsibly, and their liability in many jurisdictions when they don't, and somebody does something outside the establishment that was the result of being drunk. But I found recently this week, Florida Statute 768.125, liability for injury or damage resulting from intoxication. It says basically that the innkeeper is not responsible as long as the person is of proper age, not underage, and as long as they haven't been notified that they're a habitual drunkard or alcoholic. So, here in Gainesville, we already have the situation, as Ms. Carrie Parker Washington mentioned, of the open season on guns, permitless carry, without training or anything. That's the climate we're living in, and we're pouring gas on the fire if we add to that alcohol, where even the innkeeper or the bar owner is not responsible. Where, you know what? If somebody should injure someone I know, or if I was representing a client that was, hurt, I would sue the city for creating that environment. That's where the liability would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bounce. Anyone else?
No more public.
All right, back to the dais. Commissioner Eastman.
Mr. Persons, you said, are you essentially saying that you thought that it was staff recommendation to keep the current language in as it relates to sale of alcohol in an outdoor area? Is that, did you go as far as say that you guys are recommending that, or is it?
I think to the extent that it had not come up in any of the conversations about the reinstated ordinance, and I don't think it was the intent of the commission to put outdated references back into your code of ordinances. From a staff perspective, we felt like we needed to bring that forward for commission to at least be aware of.
Okay, and that what you put forward as it relates to where alcohol sales can be brought outside, that is not open container in the way that we're talking about it here.
No,
It is
it's only on
absolutely- it is,
private property.
in a sense, honestly, when we made the motion to bring forward to say, bring the open container back to the way it was before, it was kind of a change to everything within our alcoholic beverage structure, but theoretically, we could have just brought back the portion that said no drinking on public right-of-way, and that probably would have done the same thing. So I don't know if the motion or the seconder, I mean, you didn't go so far as to say that it's staff recommendation to do it, but it seems like it would make me feel a lot better if we had at least the sale, just the updated language within that is tied more to the land use underneath it as opposed to sort of the use category, just the newer language as opposed to the older language that has nothing to do whatsoever with and my understanding is you guys can bring that back, even though this is second reading. You can make that change before and then bring it to Mayor Ward because it is the current language. It's in the ordinance.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the commission decided that was the direction with this specific consumption on private property and in the patio language, switching that out, you all could make that part of the motion, and then that would be part of the second reading that you're doing today, and it would go into effect. So wouldn't need, in other words, there wouldn't need to be yet another hearing about this if that was the direction of the commission. I think Commissioner Sacco's permitting side, that would require a whole lot more delving in, but this one minor change could be affected today.
Yeah, I mean that's my only request is that I'll still vote no on this thing, but I think that we will get a lot of phone calls. You mentioned alcoholic beverage establishments. I'm just looking it up as you were talking. That's U7 and above. I see a lot of U6 that's utilized right now, particularly in my Grove Street neighborhood and that area where there's nice little wine pickup things that are going on that are in U6. You said that those would be alcoholic beverage establishments, but I don't think. That's not an allowed use in U6 zoning, so I don't know how that's possible. And I don't know, it feels gray enough and iffy enough that I worry that we're having unintended consequences. And this really isn't what we're talking about here today. We're talking about the ability to drink alcohol in public right of way. And I would just hate to have some of the small business owners within my district come back and say, hey, you unintentionally made this event we're putting on illegal when there was no problems with it. And so that would be my only request on this.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Buck.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that the kind of the rationed and the reasonable nuance that Commissioner Eastman's talking about is something that we do consider. When we brought this back, I think that the intent, at least for me as a motion maker, would be clearly that we want to bring back the open container as it existed pre-pandemic, understanding that language sometimes does have to be updated to fit current ordinances. So if there's an unintended consequence for 2 or 3 business owners, that is, as you've said, Mr. Parsons has said that, Ms. Manager, that's certainly not the intent. It is de minimis. Commissioner Sacco talked about that also, and I think that that's valid. What businesses do we know? You mentioned Blackadder. Is there some other business that we know would be impacted? And the reason I mention that is because just doing some very preliminary research on what are our COP licenses in the city of Gainesville, which is essentially ABT data. I don't want to be held to the exact number, but it appears there's over 300 licensed establishments that can sell beer and wine just within the city of Gainesville. And that's ones where you can sell and consume on premise, so that's quite a bit. And I would wonder what's the unintended consequence. The only one I heard was there may be some minuscule amount of businesses that could be impacted under us reverting to the previous language.
And Mr. Mayor, honestly, we don't know. As Commissioner Book indicated, there are a lot of, particularly the beer and wine, the 2 COP license holders. I can say what a very prevalent trend that we saw during the pandemic was small retail establishments, be it things like bike shops or maybe like small specialty retailers, had maybe a beer tap or have bottle of wine available for customers. They may have an outdoor, like a small outdoor seating area. Primarily, that was a response to COVID, just to try to diversify revenue streams and to create more opportunities. A lot of those happen sort of throughout the city, so I don't think have a really great handle on like how many potential businesses that would be impacted. And that was I think from the staff's concern, this potential older language going in may inadvertently preclude those things without the commission really kind of intending to do so. That's why from the staff perspective, the more generic language, which says within an outdoor seating area that's part of an approved use of property, which is zoned and permitted for the consumption of alcoholic beverages, provides enough flexibility that we feel like that would cover any of those small businesses that maybe have expanded their operations during the last several years.
And I assume then if, given that kind of updated language change, that would not affect the scope of the open container ordinance in any way, shape, or form?
Absolutely not.
As it relates to public right-of-ways, public roadways, public property of any sort, and essentially would revert the ordinance to what we had before. Mr. City Attorney, does that sound accurate to you?
Yes.
Yes.
That was a yes? I didn't, it was so quick, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Yep. And I think the commissioner is absolutely correct that it does not affect any of the consumption on public property, on right-of-way. This is strictly a private property issue.
Yeah, and obviously, we're already talking, this in no way impacts private property and private residents and private yards and the thousands of other locations that people are able to drink without any inhibition whatsoever. This affects our ability to impact public safety and drinking in essentially our public ways, and it's not a business impact, in my estimation. Given what I've heard from Mr. Parsons, and I appreciate you kind of figuring out that nuance there, Commissioner Eastman, I think that is the intent of the motion. I don't know if you're asking for a amendment. It is to make that de minimis, that updated language change that takes away 3 or 4 businesses that may be impacted right now merely because we needed a little bit of language change.
Do you mind, so what you made, the motion that you made was to approve what staff had put in the backup for the ordinance, and they didn't include any of that language in there. There were 3 changes I put in there completely unrelated to that I had asked staff to come back with, unrelated to the ability to drink in public right-of-way. One was about the severity of the charges, another one about the events, the first one being about this reinstatement, about where you can sell alcohol in an outdoor environment. I recognize I probably don't have the votes for the second 2, but that first one to me seems like the most important one, none of which, they are completely different sections than the prohibition on drinking on public right-of-way. But what you approved had all of that in there, because that was the original motion, is to bring it back to the ordinance as it was before. And so if you wanted that change, as Mr. Person said, you would just have to addend that slightly to say that the sale, I can bring up the exact wording, but the sale of alcohol.
I think Mr. Parsons actually had the language already. Read that language, sir.
Yes, sir. So it would be replacing the language in the backup ordinance, which says within a patio or porch that is part of an approved use, the permanent building on property zone permitted and operated, A, as an alcoholic beverage establishment within the central city district, or B, as an eating place, or C, for the manufacture of alcoholic beverages. That would be replaced with language that says within an outdoor seating area that is part of an approved use of property which is zoned and permitted for the consumption of alcoholic beverages.
Yeah, this is just locations outside of Central District
Yes.
that can sell now, and making sure that we don't impact those very few businesses. That's all we're talking about. That would be the only amendment that I would accept. But I understand that, and it makes sense, because the intent is not to impact a business that's doing things currently right now, merely because the geography that they're sitting in puts them out of compliance with an ordinance that we're prepared to vote on, up or down.
And so you're comfortable with that change? And I don't know who made the second.
I did.
Okay, are you comfortable? All right, thank you guys, I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, and the one other thing, I do think, Mr. Mayor, this was going longer than I thought too, this particular first item. There's kind of some meaty discussion about, arts, culture, and hospitality district. Good public education in advance, and this is the facts that Commissioner Chestnut is talking about. Good public education will lead us to enforce this in the ways that are appropriate for a community. So that's getting out in front and making sure people understand boundaries. And certainly we don't want people walking across a line, like you said, Mr. Woods. I don't want that either. And I would hope that our law enforcement partners would not want someone merely takes 2 steps outside of a geographic boundary, they're totally compliant. That's certainly not what public safety is designed to do. That's not a problem. That's merely compliance, education, and warning. I feel like we will see by trusting public safety that that is in fact how it will operate. And I would just say, Madam Manager, that if we are able to put this in place by January 1st, which was the original motion, this is the second reading of that, that we really need to be on the front end of making sure people understand. And that's second, whatever happens here in the next discussion, but understanding all the nuances of, what we've done. I think that's really, really important. And that also helps public safety do their job. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Book. So, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Persons, do you all generally do you understand the intent of the change? Is that, okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is the second reading, but as we continue to talk about this and the real emphasis on public safety, I want to make sure certain things, I want to make sure I say certain things into response to the, Gainesville is a party town and or youth in our town about safety and some sort of tie to particularly gun deaths we've seen across the United States, all across the United States. Almost nowhere has been immune from an increase over the past 2-3 years since pandemic. So I want to make sure I reiterate that we have very, very little good data here locally to tie those together. And I also want to make sure, remind people that youth drinking has been in decline, yet over the past couple years, yet we have seen nationwide an increase in violence. So making these connections are, I think, not scientific. I don't think they're accurate to draw them. In Gallup, the polling organization, August 22nd, 2023, made it clear that 18 to 34-year-olds over the past 2 decades, including into just right now, those who have ever drank in the last week or drank more than they should, it's all lower today than it has been. The group that has increased is actually among older Americans, with middle-aged Americans staying more steady. So I think it's a bit of a, I don't know if I want to say distraction, but to this idea that this is some youth party culture out of hand. That's not what we see across the United States. It's not what we see here. There's other evidence that younger folks are choosing to consume other things which may not be good for them, but that it's not alcohol. And so when we talk about this in comparison specifically to gun violence and death, I have some problems with us not, with that being said, without some sort of argument against that, because I don't see that here. I don't think we're following the data. What I have been reading from people in the community is that they are not happy with that drawn data. It may be because we are in a community with a whole lot of people with science education and they don't see the data. And so I just want to make sure I say that I understand the basic idea of lots of people have problems with alcohol and violence can be, there's some strong ties, but the data nationwide recently on gun death, I don't think supports it. And here, I don't think we have as much as we would love. We would love to have all kinds of data that is hard to collect, and I understand that. But I don't think we have that here. And so, particularly because that is what is being said, I still am opposed to this motion because I don't think that this will affect the gun violence we see here. Of course, we would never stop with just this, and GPD would never stop with, oh, we passed this and we're going to assume everything's going to get better. They will continue to do their jobs and we will continue to try to find solutions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. I will thank you all once again for the exceptionally high level of productive collegial language that we use with each other. I appreciate it. This has been a difficult topic as we move forward, and I'm really pleased to see us able to move forward. And I look forward to the next item when we make a logical progression to do something a little different and reach compromise. This will be a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Sacco?
No.
Commissioner Willets?
No.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Nay.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes with Commissioner Willets, Sacco, and Eastman in dissent. Next item.
Our next item is item 2023-855, open containers of alcoholic beverages, downtown entertainment district. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, adding regulations for an entertainment district related to open containers of alcoholic beverages and including a map for a downtown entertainment district by adding a new Article 4 within Chapter 4 of the Code of Ordinances, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Mr. Persons.
Thank you. So just to follow up, this is second reading of the Arts, Culture, and Entertainment District ordinance. At first reading, the commission approved several amendments to the original language, including removing the approved open container. So that has been removed. There's still a glass prohibition in the ordinance, so we kept that in per your direction. But that outside of that prohibition, any container would be an allowed container. The commission directed some map changes, and if I can get the overhead real quick. One of the principal changes was to simplify the downtown district as well as add some specific properties. So as you can see, staff went back and brought some of the district boundaries inward, including some of the area north that had previously been in the original proposed district. We brought that boundary down to the south. We also removed areas east of 3rd Street from the district, including the Kelly Power Plant area and the Power District. And then we added a portion of South Main that the commission discussed, and we added the 4th Avenue Food Park here, and we removed the portion on 6th Street up here north of University Avenue where the Santa Fe downtown campus is. We also added a 2nd district per commission directions for the Grove Street area. This is bounded by Northwest 8th Avenue to the south, Northwest 2nd Street to the east, Northwest 12th Avenue to the north, and Northwest 4th Street to the west. And then the commission also directed changes to the original proposed hours for the district from 11:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. I did want to note that staff recommendation remains at 11:30 p.m. For all the reasons that we've talked about in coordination with GPD and their ability to address gatherings at an earlier time of night when their resources aren't otherwise as tied up with downtown. But those are the main changes to the East District, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Persons. And before we get any lights, since there aren't any yet, I'll put my comments out first. First, let me remind everyone, if you are here and you'd like to make a public comment, please fill a form out. We're happy to hear from you, but we would like you to do that and bring it right over here before you do, or before commenting. I would very much like to see 11:30 back in the ordinance. I would like to change the Grove Street map to not include the U4 area, which is the light blue. I would like, so my hope for that is to include the trail within the larger rectangle, but not include the light blue U4 area there.
Would that be residential?
U4 is sort of a mix of office and residential.
Thank you.
And I'm also, and I may have missed it in the language, but I wonder if we could add language excluding public parking lots and parking garages.
So that would actually probably be in the ordinance you all just took action on. So we're happy to bring that back. That was in one of the earlier proposed ordinances when we were talking about hours.
Okay.
We can certainly bring that back before the effective date of the of the ordinance.
I would love for us to have that opportunity as well. I think that solves a number of problems. Okay, so with this then, that change is what I'm looking for on the map. Take U4 out, and that's, again, the light blue area, and change it back to 11:30. Lots of lights. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had so many long discussions related to this, and and it's almost like we're kind of having conversations down two different paths in a way. I hear a lot of folks talk about the worry about alcohol and overconsumption, and then I also, what I see on the ground and when I talk with folks that go to a lot of these that are in these areas, that go to a lot of these events, they're not talking about really even consumption of alcohol is really the real benefits of open container. What they're seeing is the fact that small business owners can start to use space in front of their area for small events, for the ability to enhance arts and culture and entertainment around their area. Places like How Bazaar that have done an incredible job of creating these great night markets that are one of the coolest new things that have come up in Gainesville in the last number of years and really helped sustain that business. Neat concerts that are coming out in front of the Bull, or there's supposed to be one in front of Lucy's, I just learned as I was walking in today. A lot of really neat things going on here in the Grove Street area, and very little, I would say, heavy drinking. I see more heavy drinking in a lot of the inside of the bars, in the areas that you would expect them to be in. But within these areas, I see and so there's a whole lot of passion on both sides. People fearful about what consumption of alcohol is, and then a lot of people that really love these small businesses and like to see them grow and see these events. That there was an email that I mentioned last time that stuck with me that I'll bring up again here, where a woman, she said she's in her 50s or so, said that the Gainesville that she knows and loves, she sees disappearing sort of beneath these larger apartment buildings that come in. But what's happening in front of Lucy's, what's happening here in the Grove Street area, what's happening outside, in large part thanks to the open container ordinance, it keeps that spirit, that organic spirit of Gainesville alive. And I agree with that 100%. I'm excited to have this move forward. I've had lots of people come up to me and talk to me about different changes, particularly to this Grove Street map. Should we include some of the L down there where there's not a lot of single-family homes? Should we move it over into 9th? Things like that. I think at this point where we are, at least where I stand, is that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to include your changes to the map. But I think that we move forward with these changes as they're there, along with the changes that you've requested. But then, circle back around to this 7-8 months if there's, once people kind of wrap their head around it, there seems to be people that think that we're somehow enhancing alcohol when in fact we are severely restricting it and rolling it back quite a bit from where it currently is. I think once these are in place, perhaps we can have a calmer conversation 6 months down the road, maybe July or August of next year, once we've seen these things go in there, but kind of move forward with what staff recommendation is, as well as the changes to the time and the change to remove some of that. It's not really single-family homes back there. Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind me asking, sure. Why did you want to remove that U4 out of that section?
Because there are homes, they're not necessarily single-family, there are things being built there. It feels more residential and office commercial than the lower part does. The part that is U6 feels very much like what we're talking about makes sense there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel strongly about it at all because I don't see, one, you can't have an alcoholic beverage establishment within U4. Two, there's, I don't know, you're not going to have events in U4 particularly. I think Giving Garden is up there. There's a bunch of stuff up there, but I don't, that's all private property. So I don't have any problem with any of that. So I'm happy to make the motion or have it come back. Well, actually, I will. I'll move to approve ordinance. Hold on, let's pull this up. Ordinance number 2023-855 with the change that we move the time to 12. We move the time to 12 a.m. Change the Grove Street map to remove U4. And have changed the Grove Street map to U4.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. and lots more comment.
But Mr. Mayor, I thought 12 o'clock. I understand that staff want to come forward with 11:30 because that's when parks closed. I thought that was, I think 12 o'clock is a much easier thing for people to remember, that at midnight you cannot be outside drinking. It's just an easier thing to communicate, an easier thing for people to understand than 11:30, which seems sort of more arbitrary of a number.
Thank you. That's when the glass slipper changes as well, so. All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To explain the most resigned second, probably heard on this dais. I would have fought to keep it at 2 a.m. because, as Commissioner Eastman said, we're actually really restricting strongly where folks can drink. But I've also seen, from the GPD point of view, what it looks like at 1:55 a.m. when people are throwing back their drinks because bars are going to stop serving and they just chug. So I've seen, and then they all get piled out onto very thin sidewalks. I've seen what that looks like, so I will stand by that midnight. I think it's still scaling it back to give some breathing room for those who want to go home and start winding down versus, and still give a lot of opportunity to most establishments that are doing this in these areas. I did have a question about Part C on Section 1, so that's page 3, Part C. Entering an alcoholic beverage establishment. No person may enter an alcoholic beverage establishment with an open container of an alcoholic beverage, whether acquired at that alcoholic beverage establishment or elsewhere. And so I'm imagining I get a drink, I'm finishing it up. I know it's going to take a while to get another because, there's 10-ish people, there's one bartender. My drink isn't finished, but I'm going inside to order another one or get around for better. A tall friend of mine goes in because I'm very small and not going to be seen at the bar to go order a drink for me, and they're still finishing theirs. They are in violation of this because they're going in with their original drink, even though I bought it here and I'm still within the district. So I'm trying to figure out how that came about and what staff envisioned when they wrote that. Because if I purchase my drink here and I go outside and then I want to go to the bathroom and I don't want my drink roofied, I'm going to go back in there and I'm going to leave my drink somewhere. There's a lot of scenarios where I would obviously go back into the establishment while still holding that drink that I purchased here. So if staff could explain C to me, otherwise if staff could explain C to me, because I see a lot of holes in that one.
So, and I may actually ask Lee Libby to come up, but I believe this is a statutory limitation that as part of the alcohol license that the establishment has, they can't allow outside alcohol to come into their establishment.
But that's outside. It says even if I purchased it at this same establishment, I can't come in. Whether acquired at that alcoholic beverage establishment or elsewhere. That's what I'm saying. If I buy a drink at this same bar, I can't come back into that same bar.
Yeah, my understanding is that is that comes from a statutory limitation.
Well, Tallahassee's not great at drafting, are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's something that staff didn't put in there. It's something that I think we're having to follow state law on.
Could that be clarified though? Because Mr. Attorney, is that like verbatim? I don't know where Mr. Libby went off to, but
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
if it's verbatim, I guess, fine, we have to, but if it's not verbatim, we should probably remove, I'll keep elsewhere if purchased elsewhere, but, because that makes sense, fine, but I should be able to go back into the same establishment with my drink to use the bathroom.
Yeah, sure, I don't know the answer to that question, and we can ask Mr. Libby I can bring him back down and get him to explain it. In any event, though, I don't think there's anything in our ordinances that would allow something that which wasn't permitted by an individual, alcohol purveyor's license would allow. That's
Right.
Our ordinance does not serve to subvert the license that they receive from the state.
So if it is redundant, if it is in place as a redundancy, we can remove it wholesale because state law would still apply regardless.
I think perhaps, other than maybe there's an effort to make it just more clear for our
It ain't.
our residents.
It ain't more clear. Somehow worse. So I think we have some time if somebody wants to text him to get down here, because there's plenty of lights. I really would like some clarity on that one, just because otherwise I'd ask that that be removed. It doesn't seem to help anyone at that point. So that was my one concern. Otherwise, I'm willing to go along with the two contained sections. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding was with the reentry was that somewhere either it was already, you couldn't, 'cause I know I've been stopped from taking a beer out of a bar on the street and attempt to go back in at some point, and I was basically told I had to finish it. And so that was my understanding. I didn't particularly like that section, but I thought it was from the state somehow. I think definitely we should come back and look at parking lots and garages at a later point in a different section, and we have some time between now and even January 1st. So I'm excited by that. The 12 a.m. I refer to as I turn into a pumpkin at 12 a.m. I don't think that's exactly how the fairy tale goes, but I say at 12 a.m. I turn into a pumpkin. My preference would have been for 2 a.m., but I think this is, we can see how it goes. 12 is very clear, particularly in the Grove Street map. I can appreciate cutting out the U4 area, particularly just because on the other side of those streets, it's very residential. Inside of that in the U4, there might be one or two residences, as I remember. Though in the future, it very well could change in that specific spot. So I feel a little more comfortable with that. But this reminds me that with this map in particular, looking for helping a certain set of businesses and what we call arts, culture, entertainment, hospitality right there, and why we don't call that arts and culture and hospitality and entertainment in the Midtown area along University is where I start to have a little bit of a problem, because we very specifically have said, well, you know, the businesses who operate here provide entertainment in some sort, and this is an appropriate area, but perhaps not in Midtown, right across from a football stadium, where we know on game day, people might want to cross from one side of University to the other, because they're there. Shortly, they will be entertained by football, or disappointed if the Gators aren't doing well. So I think there's, I don't think we're treating these areas fairly, and it calls into question for me the whole idea of these areas. If it's just downtown and it's really, really tight, but when we start looking at the areas, why not? If it's, but though I'm not ready to propose the Midtown area, I may get there to propose a map for Midtown. This ordinance allows that. We would literally just have to add a map. And so I definitely encourage people who have spoken to me that they seek that out. That's a very specific ask, and they should ask their commissioners, and we'll see if we can get there. We'll see if I get there as well to introduce that. I think some people, some of what I heard from the community was a little bit of confusion about this. They thought this was, particularly with Grove Street, I think they thought it was this expansion of rights, and we said, no, this is currently, I don't like the word, but currently it's a free-for-all. You can do a lot. And I don't think people that realize that's even happening, and they're afraid of a change. So I don't think this is still highly restrictive. So I think that's all of what I had. I think with the timing, 12 a.m., some of those tweaks where we realize maps, areas, entry in and out, we'll see how it goes, and there's some opportunities for some tweaks. And I'm looking forward to in the future, looking at parking lots and garages, because I definitely, from what I heard from GPD, that is an area that definitely is, they need the ability to make sure that people just aren't having parties out of their trunk, and I 100% agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. And I would add that the Grove Street area here, what part of the intent, I believe, is to try to keep the farmers market, which is an incredibly vibrant scene that really is useful and good, I think, available as it has become over the last 2 years. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a problem when Grove Street was added last week or a couple of weeks ago. It's, Grove Street begins to encroach on really two historic areas, the Duck Pond, and it's going to encroach on the Grove Street area, period, with the residential homes. I would not have a problem in seeing a special exception for Grove Street on Monday for the farmer's market from 4 to 7. But I just have a problem in adding all of Grove Street, period, to this ordinance. But I think a limited exposure, a special exception for that day to maintain the farmer's market would be something that I would consider. And in fact, I will make that a motion. I'd like to see a special exception for Grove Street to have, to be included in the entertainment district just for Mondays, 4 to 7 p.m.
Right, so, we already had a motion on the floor.
Oh,
but
I've
we
got
can-
another one. Sorry. I'll hold it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to take a moment just to advocate and draw some attention once again to our neighbors in the Porter's Quarters community who have consistently called and expressed concern about things that are currently happening. And I wanted to know if staff may be able to provide a level of insight about how we can provide some sort of protections, and I will call it that, protections for individuals, families, neighbors in that community who've already expressed some concern, or not some, but great concern for some of the fallout from parking issues. You're talking about a historically African-American neighborhood where the streets are very small, where individuals are trying to get in and out of their homes, and people who want to patronize the businesses are parking in front of driveways and blocking access to homes. So if staff could, please step forward and speak to me and allow the public and the residents of Porter's Quarters, et cetera, to hear a little bit about how they may be able to get some relief, get some assistance. I don't know what we can do. Andrew, can you come forward? I mean, this is something that it's not a new conversation. We've had Porter's Quarters come and have meetings with us about the things that they are already experiencing. Should we move forward on this? How can we make some real meaningful moves forward to address the issues and the burdens of traffic, increased traffic in their community? How can we help them if we move forward with these maps?
So I guess maybe I'm not sure anything in here is sort of directly related to the parking issue, and in so much as, there may be uses that, like commercial uses along 4th, that I think we've heard, generate a lot of traffic and interest, and people do park sometimes in the neighborhood. The city does have parking decal zones in certain areas of the city. Those tend to be closer into the university to deal with neighborhood parking, and then, so there's a decal. That's a separate ordinance, completely separate from this. That is primarily the way that we would, address, sort of permitted parking in the city, like for Porter's or for any other neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. And so, of course, they would have to call in if they, were having these issues, and we'd have to call, who is it, the police department, to address anyone who is
For parking,
does not have a decal and
yeah,
is
for
parking.
parking decal, it's handled through the transportation department's parking enforcement area.
Parking enforcement.
And then all the residents that live in that district would need to get decals, parking decals, through the city, to be able to park there legally.
Okay, let me continue to ask you a few more questions. Andrew, what are the associated costs with this? I think we talked briefly before about signage.
Mm-hmm.
But what else, if we looked at an itemized budget for the creation of these districts? What are we looking at?
So I don't think we have the level of detail in terms of like an itemized budget, but there would be some signage costs that would come along with the establishment. We would look at installing signs along various points of the boundaries. We've also discussed some other options about maybe doing some curb painting. I did want to mention that there is a requirement that any of the businesses in the district also post a map of the district inside of the establishment. So there won't be necessarily any change, I think, in terms of what we already have allocated to doing enforcement with the districts. The primary cost would just be any signage that we would be required to put in.
But nothing like anything major right now, no street redesign?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. Trash receptacles, maybe, adding some things to help people keep their neighborhoods clean?
Possibly in the downtown district, we are doing some additional work in locating some additional centralized compactors, and you've probably seen some of the new Big Belly recycle and trash compactors in the downtown area.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Walker. Again, I've seen one or two more folks come in. Please remember to fill out a card if you'd like to speak. But at this point, we'll go ahead and start public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, first up, we have Maria Huff Edwards, followed by Robert Mounts.
Welcome back.
Maria Huff Edwards, Grove Street neighborhood. Take Grove Street neighborhood Northwest 10th Avenue out of the entertainment district designation. Make only a special dispensation for the Grove Street Farmers Market, which takes place in the Cypress Grove Brewing Company building, 1001 Northwest 4th Street, and its extensive backyard, and the building on the east side of Cypress and Grove, which currently houses Good Bite and Signs by Tomorrow. Where it would be allowed to have people walking back and forth between Cypress and Grove, Good Bike, and Signs by Tomorrow with a glass of beer or wine acquired at Cypress and Grove between the hours of 4 to 7 p.m. on Mondays when the Grove Street Farmers Market takes place. Here are the reasons why we think the designation of entertainment district for the greater Grove Street neighborhood or any section thereof is not a good idea. The Grove Street neighborhood has never requested this designation along any of the neighborhood sections. The neighborhood extends from Northwest 8th Avenue to Northwest 16th Avenue and from North Main to Northwest 6th Street. None of our neighbors, neither property owners, nor residents, nor neighbors, neither have been included in this deliberation, and as far as we can tell, none of the neighbors we have spoken to seems to think it is a good idea. No official letter has been forthcoming or meetings held where this idea was officially presented to the residents of the Grove Street neighborhood or the owners of the businesses that are now part of the Grove Street neighborhood, especially along Northwest 10th Avenue between North Street and 6th Street. The neighbors along Northwest 10th Avenue between 4th and 6th Streets do not like having the entertainment district so close to their living quarters. Some of these neighbors get up very early to go to work or work from home, and they like the peace and quiet that comes with a residential neighborhood rather than an entertainment district. The entertainment district destination has never been sought by this historic inner city neighborhood because it is still a residential neighborhood and a mix of warehouses and office spaces. The neighborhood appreciates that it is far from the entertainment district downtown, which is located at least 6 blocks south from the neighborhood. The neighborhood knows and is happy to live with a character that it bears little resemblance to Celebration Point and its entertainment district, which we know that Celebration Point Entertainment District is very small and pays for its own security to make sure that unruly customers and attendees do not interfere with the quality of life within the small entertainment district and the greater Celebration Point neighborhood. We continue to propose that the downtown entertainment district be relegated to a compact area downtown, springing from the intersection of Main Street and University Avenue, that GPD be given triple duty officer for whatever area you declare entertainment district downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just thank you, Mayor, because we did go around our neighborhood a number of months back, and we did proposition that sidewalk in front of that building where the mural is on 4th and 10th, the sidewalk needed replacement. And within, I believe, a month, there were crews there, and now we can say that we can actually walk that area very beautifully. So thank you, because you came, you heard, you sent the people, and also because the Gate of the Muses, for which we have been talking about for a very long time, it's finally coming to be. So all of you will be part of that plaque that we will put saying that the Gate of the Muses is part of our city and the city commission and our county. And thank you. I'm not saying this to sway you one way or the other, but it's just that I don't come here an awful lot, and I just wanted to tell you thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Bounce.
Again, Mr. Mayor, I'm Robert Mounts, and as I said before, I'm authorized by both the Matheson Board of Directors and the University Park Neighborhood Association to speak on their behalf. When this was discussed in September, one of the bar owners said that you noted that the rollback of the open container ordinance was necessary then in order to help them get through COVID. And of course, then we've had the expansion of outdoor eating areas and all of that. That's all well and good. I'm not saying anything's wrong with having an expanded outdoor eating area. And of course, I was relying on the innkeeper's responsibility and liability, which I find really doesn't exist. But even without that, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be permitted festivals, things that are, where people do it under certain conditions of public safety, where it can be controlled and all of that. But the majority of both boards oppose any entertainment district on a permanent basis. The justification given by the owner of the Bull, as I recall, was it's necessary in order to recover lost profits. Well, what you're doing is taking something that was temporary or relief for the businesses and making it permanent in such a huge area, especially the downtown area, that it's unmanageable. If you won't get an honest feedback from GPD and the people we've talked to in GPD, and from Bob Cohen, who is on the UPNA board, when he saw the map, he went like this. He could not believe it. He's on the police advisory board. He's on the Black on Black task force, in a position to know this is going to be permanent, and our preference would be no entertainment districts at all. You mentioned once that, well, other cities have entertainment districts. Well, I know of one, Daytona Beach. That's appropriate. But in Gainesville, it's inconsistent with arts and culture, such as the Matheson and the Hippodrome and other things offer, to call it that when really it's just founded on alcohol. It's founded on public drinking in the streets. It's just consistent with the crisis and gun violence that you've acknowledged when you stood before here and declared it a crisis with representatives from Moms to Demand Action. You're pouring gas on the fire. This is one of the biggest mistakes I think that you're about to make as mayor, and I ask you, please don't.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. I would remind everyone that we just restricted the entire city in the previous motion from most of the same rules that we're talking about for two relatively small areas here.
Up next, we have Kali Blount, followed by Brian Kramer.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Hello. You brought up the area I was going to point out when you said exempting this blue area. But, and Mr. Persons, this is pencil, you can erase it. Right here is Cypress and Grove. The market is there, but that's a 7-day-a-week business. And on third Fridays when my band plays there, I don't want to have to whisper. I want to keep singing out. So that should be, you should exclude from there up is residential and a little bit of office. That was it.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. State Attorney.
I actually just wanted to speak briefly in support of the mayor's suggestion that parking lots and parking garages be excluded from the drinking ability to drink openly, and point out that I'm working regularly with the county because of the liability issues that relate to the parking lots that serve the state attorney's office. Both of them are, I think, the two largest free parking areas in downtown, and we have been regularly closing, roping off, chaining off the one that's in front of my office due to the issues that are related to drinking in the parking lot, the liability for multiple instances. We also we've had multiple homicides and violent crimes that have occurred in our parking lot, and because of on Monday morning, the county has to come to the parking lot and clean up from the weekend. So I just wanted to say that I'm very much in support of that, and if you all have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
No more public comment.
All right. Thank you very much. So I don't see, there's Commissioner Book. And Commissioner Book, before I recognize you, I want to thank you for the policy paper that you requested on the arts, culture, and entertainment districts. I found it really useful to see some of the other cities that do have something like this, and the maps included were very helpful as well. Commissioner Book.
Very welcome, Mr. Mayor. Typically, when I ask Ms. Spicer is our policy research coordinator, and I think we have a 4-person intern team. It's just of matters that are going to come before us, and I just need. I know we talked about it a lot up here. Better information and comparative data to help me make a decision, and then you use that with what the community thinks about particular things in their neighborhoods, and those kind of things help me at least make my decisions up here. So the arts, culture, and hospitality district is an interesting thing, and I feel like one of the positives for it is I do think that we're attempting to make the downtown area a destination location. There's no, I would guess that probably most people want to do that. The manner in which we do that is probably the key aspects of making it safer. And I look and I think of some of the SEPTED aspects. This is crime prevention through environmental design. This is what has already been mentioned. This is wayfinding. The Mayor Pro Tem was talking about the different costs that are affiliated with how we do and implement this, your signage, your barriers, your warning devices, painting potentially, curbing and lines, which help make sure that boundaries and education is clear, lighting, we mentioned receptacles, maybe even things like multimodal security devices, which is how do you lock up a skateboard, for example, or how do you lock up our scooters or things along those lines, and in-street and ground lighting. So these are all aspects that regardless of what happens, if we move forward with any type of district, those have got to be well done. And I actually had the same question that the Mayor Pro Tem asked, which is I wanted a sense of what the financial impact is, because that's really important. Mr. Persons, perhaps you could say these, to create this would involve, I'm assuming, our CRA dollars, as well as potentially monies that we may have put aside already in our budget, but just kind of give me a sense of financing and budgeting there.
So we haven't determined a potential funding sources as of yet in terms of the signage. We do have some capabilities in-house to fabricate signs. We would look at opportunities in terms of whether it come from potential CRA funds or whether it come from funds from either Public Works Department or Transportation. So we would look at those, but we haven't identified a funding source as of yet. Nor have we identified a sort of a total cost, just a sense of what we'll need to implement in terms of signage.
All right, thank you. I do wish we had some concrete information related to that, because it also helps inform what we're going to do and how we do well. I do worry about encroachment on the neighborhoods, but that's the nature of districts, is that they're kind of probably abut neighborhoods on different side. On the one hand, we have Porter's, which is a very historic neighborhood, and we need to make sure that impacts, if this were to go forward, are very mindful of what that means to the residents who may be within 30 feet of a boundary of that particular area. And then in Grove Street, I think that's already been discussed. I think what you said, Mr. Mayor, in identifying a cutout area and how that impacts neighbors that also are basically across the street is very important. It has to be done well, whether it's important. And again, the boundaries and the logistics and the strategic way we lay it out and the education are really critical. I would prefer a smaller area, a defined area, and we make sure we do it well, especially since there may be additional considerations down the road. I'm not in favor of expansion of it. Commissioner Eastman, I appreciate you even considering the time, so thank you for that. And removing a residential component. If I had my druthers, I would say we work on the downtown defined area right now, which is already a very defined entity, as opposed to attempt to do two things at once and in geographic areas that are just a little different, and make sure we do something well one time before we figure out other ways. But I do appreciate your considerations there also, Commissioner, in being willing to think about some of the other aspects. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Yeah, I realize that the way we got here, of course, is talking about this in terms of alcohol, right? Which is, I mean, how we're starting off with these is how are we going to ensure that some of the cultural amenities and the liveliness that we saw in the areas as we allowed open container across the entire city of Gainesville. But we saw these cultural amenities really thrive in a couple of places. I hope that this is just sort of the start of a larger conversation as we identify which parts of our city are the places that as people come into town that we that there is arts, that there is culture, that there is entertainment, that these are that we view these as more than just sort of open alcohol type areas. I mean, downtown's an incredible example of great. You can go down there, see great music. There is art studios. There is so much to see, so much to do down there. It's always been such a central cultural hub. Maria, I hear you on Grove Street. It's a single family neighborhood. My house is almost in this little map right here, so I can almost see it from my house. But I think we should be proud of the fact that that is really one of the cooler spots that's in the city of Gainesville. I mean, there is so much happening there, and it's so organic, and there's so many artists, and there's so many entrepreneurs who are doing cool things like selling plants and having little events over to the side. The Aux Shop just opened up in the old Hardback Cafe. It's if we're designating where the places that we should be proud as our city for people to come and see, I think Grove Street's right up there, along with downtown and the South Main area. So I hope that we look at this as larger. Andrew, as we're talking about signage, I know that we have to move quickly on this because it's October. We have November, December, January. But what I would hate to see for this is signs that go up that just kind of say, no drinking beyond this point as per ordinance number blank, blank, blank. I know that's part of what you have to do sometimes for legality reasons. But I would love for us to look at, how do we use this as to creating a sense of place? Someone mentioned little icons that I think it used in the Mount Dora section. Like we could put little Tom Petty's up that kind of show where the distinctions of these areas are. But I would trust staff to come forward with stuff. But I would like for us to really think about how do we use these both not just as places where people can drink, but how do we enhance the sense of place that is there and make people know that when they're coming here, these are places within Gainesville that you want to come, that you want to see, and that it adds to the vibrancy of the overall city. And so I hope, I don't know what the right way to go about bringing that back to us, because I know we also are on a pretty sharp timeline. Maybe it kind of works in chunks down the road, but I would love to see some of our staff come up with some creative ideas that we could really utilize this, because we've talked about the city of Gainesville being becoming the cultural capital of Florida. I've always argued that we already are the cultural capital of Florida. I don't know anyone else that has, against me and Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers and the amazing photographers and the artists that have come up there. I know when I first came into Gainesville, it was essentially as a tourist to just be around just hearing what an incredible art scene was up here and just to be here in the middle of it. And I know there's a lot of folks that are like me, and I would like for us to put more of a spotlight on that, and I think this does that. I know it kind of did in a kind of wonky way with the, alcohol and open container and how do we do that, but I hope that we, in the future, see this as larger than that. And so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor, at the
Eastman.
appropriate time, if I might. But
No,
whenever
I'm
you
about to
decide.
recognize the attorney anyway, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to circle back to the inquiry that Commissioner Sacco had. I conferred with Lee Libby, he's our police legal advisor, and regarding the proposed language in section 460C, which is the entering an alcoholic beverage establishment, no person may enter, and he confirmed that that language has not been inserted here in order to somehow define or comply with state law or ABT regulations. And in fact, as we stated, there's nothing that we would have in our ordinance that would be able to expand upon a license holder's ability beyond which they're licensed by the state. But I suspect it's here as probably part of a model ordinance from somewhere else that was left in, and the best I could guess is it probably is wherever it was from. It was probably designed to help serve the owners of the alcohol establishments who wanted some protection against people bringing alcohol into their businesses. They could do that by their own rules, obviously. So yeah, that 4-60C, we're not aware of any reason why it would be required, or that it was inserted in order to comply with state law in any way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney. Madam Manager, and then Commissioner Duckenwalker.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Persons and I and staff did have conversations around the fiscal impact of this. And in fact, Commissioner Book had some discussion with us as well about what it would take for us in terms of curb painting and signage, and to what degree that, would come into play and sources of revenue. The one revenue source that is clear right now that would address this would be out of GCRA. There is a downtown project-based budget for GCRA, a little over $350,000, somewhere in that range, that we would utilize. There are no other funding sources that we have identified that would address the signage and other areas, other incidentals that would be necessary to implement this. And so we need to connect this with the fiscal reality of the city in terms of revenue source. And right now, the only one is the downtown portion of GCRA, and we're also utilizing that same source to work with the consultants that are helping us to vision out the strategic plan and that whole downtown business improvement district. So we do have some constraints, and we do need to continue to narrow that down in terms of what it would cost to actually implement this and do it properly and educate the community.
Madam Manager, we're not talking about spending $350,000. To be clear to everybody, we're not talking about spending $350,000.
No, but we would use that source. We
Right,
would
that
still
would be
use
the
that
source.
Yes.
But that is not anywhere
It's
near
not the
how
cost
much
of
we're
this.
talking about.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to be clear with that before we see a headline that says we're going to spend $350,000 to paint curbs. That's not the case. All right, Commissioner Duckenwalker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Curry, because that was really kind of where I was coming back to. Part of my discomfort has been because I have not been able to see anything that was a little more tangible in terms of dollar amounts associated with this. As I look at places that have implemented entertainment districts around this country, some of them do really big, ambitious things. Some of them are huge, and do draw tourism and do draw people to the core of these places. They do create the type of cultural vibrance, Commissioner, that you spoke about, Commissioner Eastman. I really have been just concerned that we have not put the type of thought, for me, into this. these types of districts have the potential to be something incredible in the city. But for me, at this particular point, I just haven't seen it. We're doing something, I think, that it sounds great, but we have some maps that we've seen and some boundaries. And that's pretty much it. We don't have numbers attached to real things. And as you look at what have been done, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for saying we're not going to spend $300,000 on it, because we can't. Thank you, Madam Manager, for saying this has to be tied into our fiscal reality. This still seems very vague to me. And that's just a little concerning. I won't spend too much time on that. I have to, especially at this point, really be looking at two things, and they are the fiscal impact, but also I came to this table when I came as a commissioner with concern for how we protect communities. And that's the other piece that I haven't heard. So, and that's something, Andrew, that we've talked about, and we just haven't gotten there, you know. So until I hear more intentionality around that and how we actually do that successfully, until those communities come to the table and have a voice, because Porter's Quarters has been calling and texting, and other communities as well, about the impact of this, as well as things that currently exist. We have problems right now that have not really been addressed in ways that have satisfied my constituents and community members. So I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned. But I'm grateful for the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan Walker. And by the way, if we ever get around to a roll call vote, we will take a 10-minute break. Commissioner Sacco.
Well, now that you've said that, okay. No, if the maker of the motion would mind then erasing the portion C, just because I think it's more confusing than anything else, or to amend it to just.
Well, he's out of the room.
Oh, for crying out loud, Brian. I'll wait. But my point being, and I think he can maybe hear me through all the speakers we have back there, Andrew, the attorney, will tell him, to remove C, or at least up until the part that says that same alcoholic beverage establishment. I don't, if there's no state requirement there, I think it should be fair to enter the same establishment that sold me a drink for whatever purpose, or just remove it outright, and then each establishment can set up their own rules. I think that's why we have people at the door in most places. That would just be my ask if Commissioner Eastman ever hears it. But I guess I'll pass the baton, so to speak.
We'll come back around to that. Basically, what you're talking about is essentially removing vestigial language there, I think. Okay, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About funding this, though the previous ordinance and this ordinance are in fact two different ordinances, I, in my mind, can't disassociate them to some degree. If the previous ordinance passed was arguably about gun violence, we have set aside, Madam Manager, we've set aside $100,000 in this year's budget out of what kind of was a potential contingency pool towards gun violence.
It was 150,000 for future gun violence programming. It has not been spec'd out, but it is general fund money. It's not ARPA, it's general fund.
It's general fund, that's right. And so I leave open the idea that if we can't find funds in GCRA, that establishing where it is proper and safe, and that if borders and definitions somehow protect some neighborhoods against, then that gun violence prevention money is one potential source. I understand that there could be real arguments against it, but if these two ordinances are, if there's a tie between these two ordinances, which I believe there is, and if the first one was designed, or at least the impetus was gun violence, then I leave open that idea. So that's just one other thing I want to put out there as an offering. And then, Yes, and I appreciate the, as Commissioner Duncan Walker mentioned about the other neighborhoods where there's already existing parking, because again, we have just, as a commission, repealed a very open container policy. Those businesses all exist now, but the future could change, particularly in Grove Street neighborhood. I think we're on a trajectory of a lot more businesses, and there may be trouble with parking. We may increase some parking on Northwest 8th Avenue. That's a potential that is in conversation at some point. So I appreciate that, but I think we should work with the systems we currently have in our system, and we need to utilize those levers that we have with parking enforcement and encouraging people who go to these districts and the businesses in them to utilize other parking aspects. No different than when Fest, it's $5 parking in the garage downtown. Please use it for $5. You'll be happy. Everyone will be happy. Go use it. So all those levers that we can use to ease issues like parking in and around these districts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll go to Commissioner Book and then I have a final thought before we go to a vote. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, this is no final thought. I just had a question. The northern boundary of the CRA is what? I know once we went to the combined CRA district, I just could not remember what that was. Does anybody know that off the top? And I'm wondering, does it go as far north as 12th Avenue?
Mr. Mayor, Phil, I'm not sure. I see you looking down, but I'm not sure if you're listening. The northern boundary of GCRA, Andrew?
I don't believe it goes into Grove Street, but we can confirm.
That's an essential answer for me, because that deals with this thing that we talk about, just funding source, and what if our funding source is CRA, well, then there's $0 available for this particular iteration of the two areas.
That is accurate.
I didn't believe it crossed the boundary, but I wasn't willing to make that statement without someone with more knowledge helping me as it regards to that. Thank you. Just that question.
Gotcha. Commissioner Zaka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Eastman. Hi.
Sorry, I missed you before.
It's fine. I'll be here all week. We did get an answer on Section C, just being withdrawal of a similar ordinance that we copied. It has no real legal bearing or requirement. Would you be amenable to removing it outright and letting individual establishments set up their own rules?
Yes, I'm amenable to that. And then, but I guess the way I was going to approach this, as soon as we voted on this one, I was going to make a double motion, because there's no real reason that we actually had to vote on this as two ordinances, is my understanding. This could have easily been, I think this is all under a similar section. So we could easily just bring back this and the removal and removing of parking lots from drinking as just one ordinance change, is my understanding, unless I'm misunderstanding. Like we could just, all of these changes could.
We could just do it all in the one, I think. You could just tack it onto this one and direct staff to amend.
The previous?
The previous, I believe so, if we vote on it, no?
Wait. We could very simply remove this item here, but please don't let's go back to a thing that we've already voted on and try to mess with it.
Okay, so I could just amend this motion and just take out that entire section there, and we'd be okay. Okay, and that I'm okay with that.
Yes. So we are passing it, removing.
And you were the seconder.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll re-letter.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further lights, I will just add one or two comments here. Thank you all once again, Mr. Person.
Sorry, eighth is the northern boundary.
Yes. I want to point out very simply, because frankly, we've taken a fairly simple thing and added a whole lot of ideas to it that aren't part of this. Right now, today, before January 1st, so before this, what we voted on an hour ago goes into effect, there are more opportunities for public drinking than the motion that is on the table right now. What is on the table right now that we're about to vote on will restrict drinking in these two districts more than it is restricted today. So this is a lessening of rights. I mean, just to be clear. That said, we do have conversations about parking that we need to have. And about how that affects neighborhoods and a variety of things. We've been talking about unpaved surface parking issues for several years, and it is a thing we ought to talk about. And when we do, I will tell you that it's not going to be a simple conversation, and it will be, there will be some arguing about it. It will not be as easy as we'd like to think it is. But it is something that we ought to address and talk about why some of the rules that are rules exist. And some of them are, for some of them, that's a hard thing to answer. It's just because that's left over from 40 years ago. At any rate, I support this ordinance as we have, or this motion as it has been amended. I think that it will not change much of anything from the way things are. I think that it is a good thing, but I don't think it's something that is going to show substantial changes. With that, Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Nay.
Commissioner Book?
Nay.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
No.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 4-3 with Book, Duncan Walker, and Chestnut in dissent. And we are going to take a 10-minute break. I'll see you all at 3:20.
Okay.
We'll change topics and to order, and I will remind everyone that we have to be out of here by around 6 to make room for the plan board. I'm hopeful that we don't get anywhere close to 6, but we'll see. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have item 2023-1017, 8th and Waldo Sports Complex Feasibility, Pro Forma, and Traffic Study Final Report, with the recommendation that the City Commission hear a final report on the Sports Complex Feasibility, Pro Forma, and Traffic Study from C.H. Johnson Consulting, and review the potential next steps and direct staff to move forward with implementing the next steps identified above.
Very good. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Roxy Gonzalez, Director of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. In November of 2022, the City Commission hired C.H. Johnson Consulting to conduct a sports complex feasibility, pro forma, and traffic study for the multi-use sports complex located on 8th and Waldo. The area includes the following: the Martin Luther King Jr. Recreation Center, Dwight H. Hunter Pool, GFR Headquarters, Fire Station 3, Citizens Multi-Purpose Field, and Citizens Field Stadium. The multi-purpose field This contract was executed as of March 2023. On March 28th, 2023, a kickoff meeting with C.H. Johnson was held. Stakeholder meetings with the Mayor, City Commission, Gainesville Sports Commission, and Visit Gainesville were also held on April 17th through the 20th of 2023. At that same time, C.H. Johnson toured the existing facility as well. On July 11th and 12th of 2023, C.H. Johnson held 2 community engagement events at Martin Luther King Jr. Recreation Center, where they made a presentation and gathered community feedback for their report. There were approximately 100 neighbors in attendance each night. Various community groups and organizations also attended. A survey was also conducted both in English and in Spanish via digital and in person. Over 190 responses were gathered. On July 20th, 2023, C.H. Johnson presented an update to the Commission on the progress. Today, we are here to give the final presentation for their recommendations. Staff, in consultation with C.H. Johnson, have identified potential next steps which we would like for you to consider while going over the presentation today. Those steps are as follows: devise an initial funding source, explore and identify strategic partners, and engage an architectural consultant firm. Our recommendation today is to hear the final report from C.H. Johnson and direct staff to move forward with implementing the next steps. So now I will bring up Brandon Dowling from C.H. Johnson to present the final report.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Roxy. Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to share and kind of echo a little bit of what Roxy had just shared about our timeline and our engagement. Again, part of our outcome of our initial meeting with you all, it was very apparent to us that there was a request to really dive in and understand the local wants and needs and really that stakeholder engagement piece. And so we really did an additional effort on that and relative to the public engagement as well as the surveys. And I'll get into that a little bit, but I just wanted to say thank you to you all for that guidance early on, and as well as city staff. They've been terrific in that process. Again, my name is Brandon Dowling. I am a principal with Johnson Consulting. Just a quick refresher, a little bit about us. We've been in business for about 27 years now. We specialize in market and financial feasibility studies, primarily for all public assembly type facilities. I am our practice leader for sports and entertainment, recreation, and tourism. So this is exactly what I specialize in on a national level. I've done quite a bit of work here locally and regionally within the state of Florida. Relative to the market and financial business planning of these types of facilities. Part of the request that we responded to was to look into the traffic analysis of this, and so we have our team members with infrastructure consulting and engineering, and Jerry Dabowski, I'll call up here in a second to kind of give a little bit of our recap on that study as well. But primarily what we put together today is kind of give you a recap of our final report. This spells out a little bit of the agenda that I'm hoping to cover here with you this afternoon. And it's really the driving factors of how we got to what we got to in our results and our recommendations for you all. Again, at first it started with our review of the market relative to demographics, social demographics, competitive set, comparative set, looking at facilities within the region. Again, that community stakeholder engagement piece. And that all folded into sort of our recommendations for you all to move forward. As you can see, this is just sort of a brief recap of some of the key highlights that came from our market assessment. One of the things I do want to call out is part of our focus here was to look at more of a local community recreational facility and its renovation while also being able to leverage those improvements to be a regional visitation to the community. And so relative to that, it was important for us to really identify the three catchment areas. And you'll see the 15, 30, and 60 minute. And those really are your primary, secondary, and tertiary for this types of facility, right? Those can expand a little bit further the more larger your facility would be or the more regional approach your facility would be. So I share that just to kind of give you context of what we envision this facility to be relative to the future programming and suggested business plan of it. Overall, younger, well-educated population, stable economy with low unemployment, and then when you start to stretch out a little bit, the propensity to spend, in particular on sports and entertainment, grew relatively significantly through our analysis, and that's again, each of these are very strong characteristics of what would support a venue like this moving forward. So we wanted to call out and highlight. Another important element to this is really understanding the support infrastructure, in particular on the relative to the regionality of this facility. So are there hotels that could support it? Where are those located relative to the site? You'll see in this diagram on the left, we have a 10-minute drive time. That's sort of a national average that we've seen on a lot of these facilities, where outside of that, it starts to hinder the experience and success for a tournament. Parents don't like to drive greater than that distance, if you will. We have seen that sort of fluctuate between a 10 to 15-minute window. But again, a decent amount of hotel supply to support that regional aspect of this facility. Also important to look at where you guys sit from a hotel standpoint. So ADR, your average daily rate, sits at about a 131. Again, that's a pretty reasonable number for this sports tourism marketplace. And it's something that we look at to understand sort of the pricing point that you'll be requesting for some of those visitors and tournaments coming to your market. And occupancy looks pretty strong across the board. And we did a sort of seasonality look at it. And as you can see in the map, it's fairly consistent. There isn't really too many ebbs or flows, right? And I think there's a lot of things that have happened here locally and regionally that are sort of help supplant maybe some of those lower months in the summer that are now seeing greater room nights and thus driving up occupancy. And so that's encouraging for us to kind of see that there's a pretty healthy hotel market here. Another element is really looking at the market penetration analysis. So we look at both local and national sports participation rates, and we apply those to each of those catchment areas I talked about earlier. And that's relative to your population base from the age of 6 up to 55 is what gets categorized in a lot of the data that we get. And from that, we're able to kind of capture what the opportunity or the volume of athletes are within that catchment area. So in the city of Gainesville, relative to the site, there's approximately 125,000 athletes across each of these sports that we have spelled out here on the left. And again, that's just relative to the pure athlete itself. And so relative to other markets, that's a pretty strong number, and particularly on the outdoor. Because again, we're looking at that as this isn't quantifying number of visits, number of practices, number of games. That's a total number of people that are participating in sports today. Another important element of our work was to look at what you all have now and kind of get the historical context. One of the things in terms of the historical usage and data, in particular for Citizens Field, was somewhat limited relative to just the way it was kept over the years. And a lot of what we've heard throughout our analysis is in terms of even on the attendance standpoint, the gate and things like that were monitored by volunteer associations or the booster clubs. And so we rely pretty heavily on our data from a historical perspective, and the data that you see in front of you is from a Placer AI. And so what this does is it does a geofence around a particular period around that facility. So we were able to kind of capture a better essence of what is actually happening in that facility from a visitation standpoint. And that's really important for us to understand sort of where our basis is and where we could be going in the future. So if you kind of just look at MLK Center, Citizens Field, and Northeast Pool, collectively across the board, we're looking at relative about 300,000 visits a year at each of those. The one that's probably the most regional in essence is the Northeast Pool, and you'll see that in terms of the non-local visitor. So we quantify and define non-local visitor by 100 miles from the site. So again, there's a lot of meets that are held there today and historically. That's really sort of driving that factor. Again, Citizens Field primarily utilized locally, 3 high schools. And so just to give that context of some of the data, and we also look at dwell times, right? So how long are folks there every visit that they're there, because that's telling us the opportunity for capturing some of that spend and what they're doing and recreating at that facility. Another aspect is obviously quantifying the facilities. So this is a map of everything from a both indoor and outdoor relative to looking at the expansion of an MLK Center, as well as looking at the outdoor turf and Citizens Field. We wanted to get a better sense of what there is today, right? And this is really important because I think there's a lot of great things that are happening here locally and regionally within the county. Obviously, the new county event center. You have other assets that, with the facility in Newberry, and collectively across the county, there's a unique selection of variety of sports facilities that are meeting different needs, right? So we have Newberry that's doing a lot of softball, baseball. You have the new event center that's a lot of large-scale indoor basketball, volleyball, indoor track. And then, what we're talking about here today is the ability to really capture what we feel there is a gap in the marketplace from the outdoor multi-purpose. So that's soccer, orientations, soccer, and football. Wanted to just talk about some of our recap on our engagement. I shared a little bit early on. This is something that we are really proud of, and we thought we got a lot of great feedback relative to that. Again, we started with meeting with you all and various key stakeholders in the community, as well as potential partners, and understanding sort of their thoughts of where you all sit today relative to sports recreation and the meeting the needs of the community. One of the key pieces, and this is a snapshot of the facility or the poster boards that we had available at the day one of our engagement process, and really was just trying to get a sense of measure of what the local community was looking for or what their thoughts were on each of these aspects. And a lot of these were driven from that initial review of what could be to the campus and to the improvements that we were suggesting. One of the things that, and as you could obviously see, there was a fairly very important across the board for a lot of these, right? I think that was a resounding effect of our our engagement rather, was that there's just a need to improve and bring more facilities to the community. One of the things I do want to call out, because I think it was an important aspect, is in part of that public engagement, there was someone that came up and asked to kind of remove the four courts and the synthetic that we had in question number 1. So if you look at the top line, it has them both sort of lumped together. And in day 2, we went ahead and implemented that. And I think it's important because it really kind of tells us a little bit, and aligns with the data that we're seeing as well, that there really isn't a desire or need for indoor turf per se at this point, but there is a desire and need for expanded multi-purpose indoor for all types of events, whether that be basketball, volleyball, cheer. We've got a lot of interest in pickleball here and a lot of interest in roller derby. So there's a whole host of indoor types of events from a more localized and recreational usage standpoint that aren't being met today. And so that's all part of our recommendations. So just a brief recap again, expanding the facilities was significantly supported throughout that first day. Again, wanting the amenities that are maybe absent or not as sufficient today, lighting, shade, parking. Parking was something we heard pretty loud and clear in terms of the challenges there for large events, particularly at Citizens Field. A lot of folks supported the opportunity for outdoor synthetic, as well as obviously upgrades to MLK Center. There was a request and a lot of notion around improved fitness facilities. So there's sort of a smaller area of fitness currently at the MLK Center that there's desire and need for improvements on that as well. And I know, I apologize, these are probably pretty hard to get to read, but this is just some graphic on a lot of the questions that were in our survey. But this next slide kind of gives you a good summary of what those really are telling us. So we actually got over 800 responses to the survey, which is tremendous on the web-based survey. And approximately 75 of those, and the key points that you see there on the right are things that we look at is how far are people willing to go or travel for these recreational uses, right? That becomes a really important piece as we're looking at how we business plan this, program this. And about almost 75% are willing to travel 30 minutes or less for this, right? And so that's important. That to me is telling me that this needs to be more of a local recreational community-based facility. However, when we're looking and talking to a lot of and it's probably important to talk about the survey itself was catered towards local residents. However, there were elements and questions within it that also allowed for regional sports organizations to opine and answer on it as well, because again, looking at the regionality of this, we wanted to get a better sense of how the health of those facilities or really those organizations are. So about 20% of those organizations have responded with over 200 participants, which is pretty strong. And over almost about 90% of those are saying that their numbers are going to grow within a couple of years as well. So it's really indicative of the strength in the marketplace from a youth sports organization standpoint. About 75% reported amenities at the Citizens Field are either fair or poor condition. Again, I think some of these things may not be brand new news to everyone, but it's important to kind of get the context of what we were trying to gather from our survey results and really the community engagement. So obviously taking in all of our data from the market standpoint, from the survey standpoint, from the stakeholder engagement, and really looking at what the opportunity here is, we landed on the following recommendations for the site and for the various facilities. So we are recommending an expanded and renovated MLK Center, going up to about 4. It's quantified as basketball courts, but I want to almost treat that as and call it more as, we will define it and line it as basketball, but have the ability really for flat floor space. And the reason why we went up to 4 is because there's a need for several indoor types of surfaces, whether that's pickleball folks, whether that's roller derby. This will allow you to host multiple events at once, as opposed to right now, the challenges that are being experienced at MLK is there's multiple end users trying to fight for the one space that's available, right? And so it's causing challenges in scheduling, challenges in usage, and quite frankly, it's limiting the ability for that venue to succeed. So we think the multi-purpose will allow us, or you all, to kind of program that a lot more efficient for the various programmings that are needed and desired. We do suggest have some multi-purpose rooms, as well as a performance stage. some lobbying concessions, and again, as you can see in the diagram, we've programmed about 1,000+ parking surface. And as Roxy had shared earlier, part of what we put here and part of what we're recommending as next steps is really to kind of engage with an architectural firm to really right size a lot of this to make sure that the programming and things, the elements within that are fitting within this footprint. But in our judgment, in our experience, it will. The next is the outdoor, and this is, we're suggesting 5 synthetic. This is probably the most important one in our opinion in terms of regional usage. This will allow the site, the city, to be a regional sports tourism venue, if you will, in a place regionally that is absent of this type of quality that we're suggesting, from the synthetic turf, the lights. You would also have the synthetic turf in the stadium atmosphere of Citizens Field that would serve as your championship site for large-scale soccer, football, lacrosse. We heard a lot of folks from Ultimate Frisbee, which is a growing sport as well. So again, multi-purpose in nature, but again, the quality of what we're recommending will, I think, allow this site to really be a regional hub for outdoor multi-purpose. We are recommending improvements to the pool, upgrading of the locker room and entrance, as well as sort of expanding the deck for meets. We've heard and we visited and learned the tightness of the platform right now is really a challenge relative to meets. That is something that I think we heard a lot of interest for here locally for aquatics, not surprising to us. One of the things that we think, we think it's meeting the needs locally right now. We think some improvements in enhancing it could be well put, but in terms of a regional standpoint, the city of Ocala just put together like $40 million aquatic facility that really is sort of tailored towards regional meets, and so we don't think that there's really a market there per se for you to kind of put the investment forward for a regional pool, if you will. And then the last but not least is obviously the renovation and expansion of Citizens Field, about 5,000 seats, artificial turf. We are recommending the outdoor track around that, and we think that for several reasons. We think that there's an opportunity to really utilize that as an ability, especially given that the state association is here in your backyard, to kind of have some high school, regional, states, championships and things of that nature. But also it will complement and supplement, and that's what a lot of what our recommendations went into this, of what you already have here regionally, and especially in the county with the new indoor track that you have there. And so this will equip you all to really be that year-round outdoor and indoor track and field, right? And so we think it's an important piece to this sort of puzzle, if you will, of really being a destination as a whole that can really penetrate sports tourism. And then last but not least, obviously updating the locker rooms and the press, lighting, scoreboards, Wi-Fi, sort of the modern amenities that are happening at facilities. Sort of like the recently updated Tommy Oliver, that's in Panama City. And the other one that we looked at was Gene Cox, and that's more in line with sort of the level of recommendation that we have here. So as you see here, we've sort of spelled out some initial cost assumptions relative to each of these components that we just talked about. I will note that we were, again, with the fluctuation of where we are in today's market and constructions, we were fairly conservative in a lot of our estimates. The most important thing I think to note is we did apply about a $5 million owner's contingency on this, and I attribute that to much lower, like if you're doing a home improvement, right? You can get the $30,000 or $50,000 appliances, or you can get the $10,000 appliances, right? And so understanding the level of quality is obviously going to be a decision for you all in the city as where do we go, and one of the things that was in the report that we didn't necessarily talk about too much just yet, but I think as part of the next steps is that's also with the end users, right? And I think one of the next steps that we're recommending is there should be a discussion with the city and the school district and understanding sort of more of what their needs are and where they sit in a lot of this, right? And so I think, again, that owner's contingency is to help guide some of those discussions and understand where that sits. And frankly, we bifurcated that, the Citizen Field renovation as well as Ethan Waldo Sports Complex, because we think they're almost although they're one campus, they're two separate properties and opportunities, if you will. And one of the things I'll add to this a little bit is that owner's contingency is that we think there may be another opportunity, and there's been some preliminary discussions about potentially semi or a minor league soccer. And it's something that we've done for instance, we just recently did it for the city of Spokane in Washington, in which it was a partnership with the city, the schools district, and USL. And they are all funding partners on a stadium relative to what we're talking about here for Citizens Field renovation. And so we left that sort of open for, and that's sort of why we're recommending one of those as our next steps is really let's dive a little bit deeper with some of these potential strategic partners to really help define what this ultimately becomes. But again, we think that these are a strong basis and supported by the data and research that we've done here locally. Operational model. So we're suggesting the public-private partnership. Again, this is likely publicly owned. We do think that it could be we could benefit from the private operating. Similar to the engagement that's happening right now with the school district and the Citizens Field. We do think staff would oversee that contract. The Parks and Rec staff would oversee the contract with a private. That would be part of our sort of recommendation of what that could look like. Again, one of the things to note in this slide is there is a public nonprofit that's another sort of operating opportunity, and I think much of that will be driven by your discussions with strategic partners and how this evolves and the funding and things like that, right? The reason why some of these things do shift to a 501c3 are from fundraising opportunities and things like that for programming or future subsidies of programming and things like that. So again, as of today, our recommendation would be that to kind of consider a third-party operator, and our projections are reflected in that as well. This is just some of the key assumptions that went into developing our financial pro forma. Again, relative to the courts that we just talked about recommending, the fees for rental, we did some per capita for concessions. One of the things I want to sort of highlight, and one of the things that I think we heard from that public engagement, which was really important to how we moved forward with the suggested program and business plan in front of you, is the concern for price and rental. Given today, it's very limited, frankly. MLK is really highly discounted to the community. And what we're suggesting and proposing is somewhat of a paradigm shift of what that venue would look like. And so we were being conservative and conscientious of the price elasticity here locally from a historical standpoint, but also from what the new venue will really look like. So you'll note that in here and in the slide that we've discounted the rental rates a little bit, even here locally to the city of Alachua and Legacy Center. They have new indoor courts. They're about $60 an hour. We're at $40 in the business plan that you see in front of us. So again, those are all sort of policy decisions that could be made one way or another, but I think it is important to note that it was conscientious in our mind when we were starting to build the numbers in front of you all. This is, sorry, it may be a little hard for you all to read. This is sort of the full P&L, so the full revenues and expenses of what we envision the future of the 8th and Waldo Sports Complex could be. Again, primarily driven by rental income, and obviously the income on the aquatics. I guess I will take a step back too real quick, because I think a key point on the pool. When we looked into the historical data that was provided for us, the pool has about an average price point of about, I think it came out to be $1.20 per visit. And it is substantially lower than we see anywhere else. And so, again, part of our recommendation and part of the numbers in here that's important for you all to note is we're recommending sort of just a flat fee of $5 per visit. And so, utilizing that still historical 45,000 visitors, that's where you're getting that number of 225,000, right? And so that is another sort of suggested shift in policy from historical. And then obviously we layer into the ability for tournaments, and as you'll note, year 5, in our opinion, is what we call stabilization. So it takes time to get on sort of the tournament market to be known as sort of a regional opportunity, in particular on the outdoor soccer that we were referencing. And then obviously camps and clinics and the programming. That all takes time to kind of build and develop, right? We're talking about somewhat of a paradigm shift of what you all have now. And then obviously the expenses on the operating side, a lot of that being driven by staff and obviously the utilities that would be needed for a venue of the size that we're recommended. And we also have in there a management fee that we think is comparative to the marketplace today as well for those type of third-party operators. One last important thing I think to highlight on the P&L is the reserve for replacement. That starts in year 4. We think that's one of the most critical things as folks in communities really consider the development or renovation of these assets, is to preserve some of those revenues for future large-scale capital improvements. And so typically there's about a 3-year warranty on new construction. And so that's why we start that in year 4, but it's just something that we want to make sure that we noted. We did the same P&L as well for Citizens Field. Again, much of this is being relied upon on our Placer AI data and some assumptions around historical attendance at high school games for the 3 schools, as well as soccer and what we think a track could do from a regionality standpoint. And then we do have some special events in there, whether that be some sort of beer and wine festival or some sort of community event. We see a lot of sort of charity walks or some sort of association with local businesses or farmers markets, things like that, that can really happen on these types of facilities. And we've also then looked at what it would look like as a standalone operation, right? And so there may be some economies of scale from operations here between these two that, again, as discussions evolve with strategic partnerships, there may be an interest to kind of fold these into one P&L. But at the time right now, we thought it'd be best for empowering decision-making on your end to kind of look at these as both standalone today. And last but not least, we looked at the economic benefits. So what does all this mean relative to new dollars in the community, overnight stays, and really turning a return on the initial investment. So big picture, all in all, in terms of what we think this venue could bring from an economic impact, it's approximately about, by year 5, which again is that year stabilization, it's about $14 million annually, which equates to about 78 full-time equivalent jobs and about $900,000 in fiscal impact. So that's your tax increase in reserves. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jerry Dabowski to talk about our traffic study.
Welcome.
Thank you, Brandon. Afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jerry Dabkowski. I'm a senior traffic engineer with Infrastructure Consulting. Graduate of the University of Florida, spent a lot of time in Gainesville. My son graduated from University of Florida, spent a lot of time with him in Gainesville. My daughter graduated from University of Florida, spent a lot of time with her in Gainesville. I think I know Gainesville pretty well and have covered a lot of the territories and the roads. So I'm very excited to be on board to look at the traffic essentially in eastern Gainesville and the impacts that it has had in its general area. The little diagram that you show in the upper right corner of this slide shows the access points to get to essentially the stadium and to the whole sports complex. And there is really good access today, essentially using Waldo Road or 16th Avenue or 8th Avenue. And coming into the site, there's ultimately 4 really good access points that really don't have congestion under today's standards coming in and out. So we met with your staff and we collected about 5 years of existing data and put that into our computers and ran the analysis of the traffic signals, how the geometry works. And today, essentially, everything surrounding this area is actually operating at what we call a level of service C or better. And in the traffic world, it's just like going to school. Level of service A means free flowing, everything's working great. Level of service F means things are not so good, just like in school. So things today are at level of service C or better on Waldo, 16th, and 8th Avenue in terms of getting access to the site. And we went out and watched a couple of the games on the Thursday nights when the high schools were coming out there to play. And what was really interesting is it is a great crowd that loves this complex, loves their sports. And the night that I was there, it was practically a tornado came through. And I got there at about 4:30, and the place was just soaked. The parking lots were muddy, but the folks still came. They had their shirts on, and they were excited. So one of the things we definitely observed is the parking needs to be solved because it's quite a muddy field under some tough conditions. So if you look at the picture in the lower middle, when the visiting teams come in, they come in with a couple bus loads, even though they're local. And the GPD does a great job in trying to cordon off an area just by moving barricades. So I can congratulate GPD. They work really hard out there to keep the visitors on one side and the local home team on the other and still provide some pretty good parking. As you can see in the lower right picture, GPT is well represented out there. And then on the left side, under future conditions, we started to add what traffic would now be coming into this complex, say 3 or 4 years from now, if we had a 60,000 square foot building, if we had a 5,000 seat stadium. And ultimately, those results are shown in these two graphics. The future levels of service on the adjacent roadways are still going to be better than level of service C in the year 2026. The intersections, which essentially is Waldo and 16th, Waldo and 8th, they are still going to also operate very well with the future traffic that could be coming into this complex, whether it's for a football game, swimming meet. So the good news is the traffic that surrounds this area of the sports complex works well today and will work well for the next multi-years that this complex, if it gets developed. And a lot of that, thank you, is because of the traffic signal system that you all have that operates real efficiently within the city. Ultimately, if there is a major influx of traffic coming in a 15-minute period, Emmanuel on your staff is going to be able to take care of it with his computer system. So overall, the level of service and the future for traffic looks really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Now to sort of just get to the next steps and conclusions of our report, and Roxy did a good job of sort of summarizing these earlier, but again, it's we see a lot of these almost kind of parallel in effort as well, because I think a lot of those discussions with strategic partners will help understand where and what and how much is needed in terms of funding and financing. And then again, we encourage the engagement of an architecture firm to really help as part of those discussions that you're having with third parties and elements of what their desires and needs are, so we can start to really build out a program of spaces that will quantify square footage, that will all sort of drive into construction costs and things like that, right? And so, again, although we gave you sort of a high level assessment of what we think the cost would be, it's really going to be defined by those discussions and really the square footages and things like that that will ultimately be recommended for each of those venues moving forward. With that, I'll open it up to question.
Thank you very much. That's certainly comprehensive. I appreciate everybody's attention on this. I don't see any lights here, but I have a few questions I'll bring up while I wait for the lights to come forth. I love that we're including, and there all the lights are. I love that we're including soccer fields, competition fields, other than just the stadium. I think that's one of the things I've been saying all along, that there are kids in the neighborhoods surrounding Citizens Field and the complex who probably don't participate in those soccer leagues because the league play happens in Jonesville, and that's not fair. So this is a way we can make that more fair for those kids. It's not that they don't play soccer. They do play soccer. They just don't play it in leagues because it's half an hour or more to where the leagues happen on Saturday morning. So that is something I feel very, very strongly about, very pleased to see that on there. The question that I have is how long do synthetic fields last in the wilds of Florida?
Yeah, great question. I think, sort of the standard rule of thumb is about 10 years that we're seeing on the longevity of these types of fields.
So right after break even.
Yeah, I mean, it's all relative to obviously upkeep and things like that. But
sure. Okay. All right. I think Commissioner Eastman is first.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Commissioner Ward. I know just speaking from the community of my district, I mean, there's a lot of parents who are tired of driving all the way out to Newberry be able to have their kids just play soccer. A lot of people really enjoy, they like the pool. The pool could use some work. Citizens Field could really use some work. I guess what I'm curious about now is kind of what, so by voting, yes on this moving forward, we are, we haven't had a chance to really, I guess, like dig in at this point to kind of figure out, how this works with sort of all of our other priorities that we're looking at. I mean, I see a very large number here, and I'm happy to continue to move forward and do due diligence, but where are we and what is the idea of what, where are we in terms of the process and what it means by voting yes here today in terms of, how are we moving forward and kind of the scope of this overall project?
Mayor, Commissioners. So voting yes to this gives us the direction to go ahead and move forward with the first 3 steps, which would be first and foremost in our case would be identify the funding. To be able to come back to commission with a variety of different funding options of how we would proceed in looking into a architect consultant, as well as partnerships, sponsorships, and all sorts of different avenues to be able to present those in seeing how we would be able to move forward into even creating the design. The feasibility assessment today, this report ultimately is to give you an idea to see if we even move in that direction, looking at the cost of what it would be to build something out there, looking at the cost of what it would be to sustain, to be able to do something sustainably with the cost of staffing, and also to be able to compare the revenue that can and should be coming in each different approach. So that report has various different approaches. That's why you saw the private public or the private or, all those things. So whether we come back again later on and say, here's an avenue of doing the contractual services to manage it, maintain it, and do it, with a company who does that, an outsourced source who does that, or if the city does it and here are the costs. So this gives us a platform to do that. So today's decision is to say whether we continue putting our time, resources, and effort to move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I might just add to that. Thank you, Roxy. Roxy is exactly right. This is a project that has great need generated, from the community and obviously the conditions of the facility. As I've already discussed with Commissioner Chestnut, who has championed this, a suggestion for the commission, particularly with Citizen Field, to move this project forward, working with the school board to try to see what kind of commitment they have to the Citizen Field component of this. So as we move with this, it's going to move in a variety of phases, but we have to start somewhere. And the good thing about this project is the venue is set, and we know the venue needs help. But not only that, there is a funding source to help us with these front-end costs, and that is GCRA. And as the memo outlines, there's $1.85 million programmed in fiscal '24 for the commission to at least move through these steps that are very important before you get to the point where we come back and give you a funding plan that says there is a way forward. So we need to have these conversations and the different layers of community engagement. And when I say community engagement, I mean conversations with major partners like the school board and other major partners that would be a part of this going forward. If we don't keep it moving, then won't move.
Right. And I want to keep it moving. I also just want to make sure, I mean, what we got is kind of one scope of what we're looking at, right? It has a very specific amount of square footage, has a very specific amount of things in there. And I'm not, I know with Thelma Bolton, which is a fraction of this cost, I've tried to walk through there, tried to think about, all the different uses. I've sat down and, bothered Roxy and her staff, quite a bit trying to get, with the historic preservationists. And so I want to make sure that I can give the same kind of due diligence to this that I would give to there, because we're looking, I wonder how we go, I'm looking at $45 to $50 million. And then I see we have 14 million is this?
Correct, over the time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. It is that over the time frame of the GCRA's term.
And that's a total that GCRA has, or that's the total that GCRA has allocated to?
It's an annual allocation through the end of the GCRA term.
Okay.
And so I think GCRA terms out in 2029, so this is probably 1.8 over the balance of that period of time. That gives you a total of 14 million.
Okay. And then I'd imagine there'd be some money taken from wild spaces, public places, as well as different.
Well, those decisions would need to be made by the commission. We're not there yet.
Right.
But that is an opportunity. That is a possibility for wild spaces money.
Okay. Oh, Roxy.
Yeah, ultimately, the recommendation is to get commission to give us the approval to look at ways to fund that. So outside of the GCRA utilizing wild spaces funding and how we can do that, that would be presented to you later, but we want the approval to proceed to do that.
Okay. To proceed to do that with the plan as it was presented here today.
Correct.
But would every component of this plan be what we'd kind of see in the final? This is all packaged together is one thing. We would be saying we're not picking it. Okay, well, the pool could have only it's 10 million for outdoor programming, or we turn up or down this. I guess that would come as we're looking at the funding.
So this plan, this feasibility assessment gives us a platform to say, okay, here are the options. How do we do this? Do we go in a phased approach and saying, we look at Citizens Field Stadium first, and this is what we focus on first, or do we go in a bulk approach? So that's for us now, after the approval today, if we get that, that's for us to then come back to give those approaches. We're asking for us to be able to devise the initial funding plan, to be able to explore strategic partners and bring all that back to you afterwards.
Okay. All right. I think that's all my questions. That's
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we saw here, Mr. Darling, did the potential revenues for Citizens Field, did that include normal Alachua County Public School football?
Yeah, so
Okay,
it assumes, but again, the historical data is scarce at best.
Okay.
So we've made some assumptions based on regional and statewide on ticket prices and attendance.
Okay. And so that's something that I'm interested in, that longer, how we go forward. Those strategic partners, the school board in particular, I think that's a big question. That's why I think I support going forward, because we really don't know until we get talking with them. Just because our contract with our current contract is up in this year or next year?
I believe it's this year.
Yeah, so July of 2024 is when it's officially done. We actually just put a new contract in place for an additional 2 years, so that we can continue allowing them to have their services there and continue doing everything they do. But now I do want mayor and commissioners to be aware that there is constant communication with us in the school board. Our plan is not to say, hey, you can't do football games anymore, or you can't do any events here. If anything, I want to partner with them to do more. So those conversations are ongoing and they're continuous, and we're here to help each other. We have a brand new maintenance plan in place with them, with the new contract, as to what more detailed as to what they're going to do with it and as to what we're going to do. So we've actually cleaned out the contract, the 2-year contract. I couldn't go any further than 2 years because we didn't know where this was going to land. So I wanted to kind of be consistent, and going on a 1-year contract really kind of left things up in the air as to how much ownership do they really want for the field if they're only going to be there for a year. completely understood. So we found a really good, happy compromise and been working really well together to be able to continue those conversations and move forward with that.
Roxy, while you're still up there, can you describe for us why, and I know this is a little into the details, but I want to make sure these numbers are reasonable, potential revenue. Why is our pool average per visit so low? How much of the total visits are actually in forms that aren't paying any money or paying a reduced rate?
So you mean like the actual visits themselves?
Because the actual visits times revenue, and I saw that, is like, oh, wow, that's what I paid to go to a pool 20 years ago.
Yes. So with the Appendix A, we have a 5% increase every 2 years. Kind of came into that fee. We have not increased the fee because previous commission in the past have actually asked us to lower it by 25 cents. So we've kind of just continued doing what our Appendix A requires, which is a 25% increase throughout the community. And then we also do look at being equitable, right? So there's locations in the city here that we don't want to overcharge, and we want to make sure that the pools are accessible. There is a very high drowning rate nationally. So being able to have swim lessons and have the pool accessible is huge. So I think we take that under consideration before we look at revenue. What we do have to review, and we are starting to review now, is those tournaments and events, right? So those are a little bit lower than market value, and learning that, looking at this as well. Like, we kind of knew, but I was waiting for this to kind of see it. We will look into raising those rates a little bit more to kind of meet the market. But in regards to the community itself, I like to stay as equitable as possible.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of what I wanted to understand to some degree. I think, and just so I roughly know, when we talk about this, potential, actually that's too in the weeds. So I'm hearing that there's not as much of a market for a regional pool facility, tournament level, though it has been used and can be used, but that we've missed that time period where we could be the premier local regional, particularly for the pool.
That's correct. I mean, yeah, Ocala is not too far away either. So from a regionality standpoint, and they just invested. It's $40 million aquatic venue. So we wouldn't advocate for that. We think that time is past.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that we look at it reasonably, and that helps me understand that when we look at this, it's not just completely pie in the sky what we dream of. There are limitations. So yeah, this is a lot of potential money, but we will, if we go forward to this, we'll be able to see where we could spend, where we could find some of those funds. 1,000 parking spots sounds great, but in similar conversations, some people don't want to even approve one more piece of housing in any of our historic neighborhoods, lest we have more parking that damages our hydrology. But now we're talking about 1,000 parking spaces where most of the parking is not actually paved in that area, is what I will say. I think I'm accurate on that, most, which is fine. I like grass parking fields. It's great, but that's way down into the weeds and for the future. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Mayor. Well, this is very exciting. We've been waiting for this for some time, and I want to say very good job. I see this whole discussion in the light of Coach Prime and Deion Sanders, and the impact that Deion Sanders has had on Colorado, the impact that this whole development can have on the east side of town and all of Gainesville is just going to be phenomenal, because it goes beyond, I think, what is actually being presented here today. I think the economic opportunities that will spill over from this, we have a need for another 525 hotel beds, perhaps a hotel on Waldo Road at some point. I think the potential is there. Parents come for sporting events. They need a Hibbett or some type of sporting facility there that they can buy shoelaces or whatever they forgot and left at home. We know that grandparents follow the cheer team all over the United States. They will be following them here. But people are committed to supporting supporting their children, their grandchildren in the sports. So I think it's an opportunity for us to have just a profound economic impact on the area. One thing that's been happening a lot with me lately is that the fall is the time for all types of banquets, from NAACP to this party, that party. But everybody has a banquet. And now they've been turning to me saying, when we get the new facility, we will be able to rent space in there, because we're looking at perhaps four multi-purpose rooms and a performance stage, but that this will be a revenue generator, something that we can rent out as well. But that people are very, very excited about all of the opportunities. The other thing is that we have the opportunity for naming opportunities, just as Tallahassee did with Gene Cox, and Panama City did, what's the name of it?
Tommy Oliver.
And Seminole County, which is the largest facility, the most looked at facility in the country, is the Roomba facility. We have the opportunity to tap in, our neighbors here for naming opportunities, and to have a partnership with the city in doing this project. So I'm hoping that as we look at it, that we will look at not doing it in piecemeal, but I'd like to see the complete process done, so that you can really feel the economic impact. But this is, as you all like to talk about, being transformational, and as Nikki as the Mayor Pro Tem likes to say, it is intentional. But we have the opportunity to really have a very good impact. The economic impact for jobs is excellent, because here you have an opportunity to help young people develop a career, and that's something that we've talked about. We've talked about a lot, but we haven't really had the opportunity to do something about it. So I think that I want to compliment staff. I am ecstatic with what's presented, because the opportunities that are here are just superb for our community. And other than that, I think that I'll wait, and I may have more questions after everyone else talks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone. I know it's been a while coming since I've been here, and many conversations. I think it's important to note, I think in part to Commissioner Eastman and Commissioner Chestnut's comments, it's a little chicken egg scenario of, which do we start first? We need this impact first, but without that impact, we won't have the need for the park, and without the park, we won't have just kind of keep going in circles until we do nothing or something. So I'm glad that we're doing something. And I appreciate staff, Roxy, really laying down, the next step is, what will it cost? That's a cost study. We just have to, design something and see what that would cost, and project it, and then have that second conversation. We just kind of did the market study of would this be feasible or necessary at all? Which is the first step. We just have a lot of steps, especially when we look at spending tens of millions of dollars over several years. So it is slow but deliberate. And we have an outline. We have a clearly kind of marked outline. I think I know the answer to this, but we will not know a construction deliverable kind of outline until we do that cost and design. Okay, I'm getting head nods. I won't see this built. But all the same, I think us approving moving forward is the best that we can do. I know that we have those 2 years with the school board, and I think that's an acceptable time frame, because part of my question is, where do they go in the meantime? where do they go in the meantime? Where do other really activities that happen there? Because I know it's more than just sports that happens there. I don't know. I think there's something happening next week at the MLK. It's like a food drive and a health fair. We do a lot of things out of those spaces. So it's a balancing act of upgrading, but then also keeping some use of those facilities, which I think gets to, I think I'm unsure of how I feel about this. I have many feelings where a phased approach would be best so we can keep some utility in place while construction goes around it. Because you can't shut down all the facilities and work on them simultaneously. You could, it would be expensive and it might be a little faster, but then in that year or two of construction and development, you're out an event space, you're out playing fields, you're out that whole corner. Doesn't even get into the discussion of where we put GFR. So that would have to be part of that conversation. One thing that I definitely need to see when we come back with cost and design, what does that timeline look like and which would be most efficient? Because I don't want our communities to be out of that space and those facilities longer than necessary. But I also don't want to drag out the project because by the time you finish the last component, you need to upgrade the first one because it's been 10 years of building. And I don't think anyone in this town would appreciate 10 years of construction on that corner. So I think that would be paramount for me when we look at those next steps. You know, what is the path? What are the path and what are the consequences as far as time and access to it? I am a little queasy about the 1,000 parking spot situation. I recognize that when you build a massive facility and you have high hopes, as we do for this, 1,000 is 1,000 cars, but it could be buses, it could be many other spaces. You kind of divide out. If you do tailgating, then there's like not technically 1,000 cars. You just have that many stripes. Still makes me a little squeamish. That is one thing I would like to see reduced, even just marginally, because that's a lot of cars. And I don't say it in the sense of traffic. I say it in the sense of when the event is over, that parking lot will be mayhem. And I mean, I've gone to church on Sunday and everyone's very happy and we're cool. And then you get to the parking lot and it's the Thunderdome. I cannot imagine 1,000 cars. I mean, we've all seen the stadium and the O'Connell Center on campus. That little free parking area is not a pleasant place to be in whenever there's any event. So I just worry about that concentration of activity because the event's over 2 hours ago and we're still trying to get out of a parking lot. So that would be a concern. But otherwise, I think it's paramount that we really give you the direction to keep moving forward, that we are going to do something. We will be moving forward with upgrades and change of some kind. I think it's important for us to say that definitively so that private partners that we have in the community, not necessarily who will partner with us on the development of the facilities themselves, but other economic drivers will see our intent to move forward, our commitment to moving forward, and can start their own processes as far as businesses, as far as hotels, as far as upgrades to kind of that corridor, to start getting lenders on board, to start getting plans ready, so that when we do break ground and we have a timeline, they have similar timelines to follow, and it's not the first time they start moving on it. So I think it's very important for us to give a very deliberate and loud yes, we are moving forward. You will bring us back any number of cost options and designs. Cool. We will pick one of those. Like, there is no if about it. We will pick one of those. And I think that's probably the greatest takeaway from today's conversation, at least for me. So, did I get everything? Oh, just to echo the mayor, soccer fields are very important. We saw that at Forest Park where everybody came out. There were dozens of little children and grown adults running around. And I know we have soccer from like 3 to, 100 around here. So soccer's important, and more fields the better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan-Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to our consultants as well as staff for pulling this together and moving us along in a process that I think a lot of us are glad to finally be at this point. I wanted to say this. I am particularly interested and excited at the idea of jumping off into amateur and youth sports tourism. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And I want to read just a little bit of something here. The economic impact of amateur and youth sports tourism is staggering. According to the Sports Events and Tourism Association, $39.7 billion on the direct spending impact of amateur and youth sports tourism in 2021 generated a total economic impact of $91.8 billion, which resulted in the generation of 635,000 jobs and a total tax revenue of $12.9 billion for the local economies. In 2019, 179 million people traveled to out-of-town events. During the first COVID-19 year of 2020, travel decreased by 46%, but it quickly rebounded in 2021 by 53% to 175 million travelers. It is. I think the opportunity here is incredible. To capitalize off of this, to make this economic impact felt here locally, but also to do some real good for the community. District 1, this project is a gateway to District 1. And many individuals, including myself, have visited for generations the Citizens Field and the pool, and we have, my parents went to the stadium for their football games when they were younger. I went to that stadium, ran track there, et cetera, swam at that pool, walking from Howard Bishop Middle School, had the chance to see young people well after I had been in school doing the same, have also had the chance to see it struggle. And so I'm particularly excited now to see this impact, not just economically, but for the people who have been waiting on this for a very, very long time. I do want to talk about its impact on the local communities, as I always am concerned with. I appreciate the information on the traffic study, but I also want to ask some questions about sound. And it's something that we discussed just briefly in the initial conversations about this. Is there a way, because when we start to move forward on this, there will be much more activity than there is now. Many more people, we are diversifying, I believe, the sports that are offered, et cetera, and we are directly abutting some neighborhoods. So I wonder if there have been in other places mechanisms that have been put in place to kind of mitigate sound. How is sound handled when facilities such as this go up close to neighborhoods?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think, relative to what we're seeing across the industry there, typically there's natural sound barriers, kind of the trees and things like that are kind of around the outer limits of the facility. But there are, the technology nowadays, in particular for speakers and things like that, and what we're talking about, allows it to be isolated in the direction of which you're hoping for, right? And so, like, there's ways now to, zoom in particular the lights. That is less of an imposing thing to communities nearby because they're so direct nowadays with the technology on LEDs and things like that, and much similar to what we're seeing on like loudspeakers and things like that from a sound perspective. There's really limited capabilities relative to an excited team versus another excited team and a bunch of fans kind of cheering, right? But relative to the loudspeakers and things like that, the technology has gotten a lot better.
So sound and light mitigation are things that we can look into.
Yeah, so that's step one. Most importantly, that's not step one. Let me not even say that. Step one is actually going to the community, right? Because
Absolutely.
You set policies, you have to set rules and regulations as to how you're going to rent the fields out and what you're going to put in place, right? So that also involves the lighting, right? If we're going to light those fields, though our parks are open till 11:30 in an area like that, is it justifiable to have the lights on till 11:30? I would say no. I'd say we cut it at 10. So what we create regarding the rules and regulations to how we host these tournaments and how we allow certain amplified noise and things of such to be out there are all going to be based on the community engagement through that design process, right? And it will be one of those questions because it's part of the how are you going to operate your facility at that point. So that's part of the step. I've been in locations that are in the midst of right in the heart of a community, apartments, houses, down in the Coral Gables. Well, we shut off our noise, any amplified noise, at 9 p.m. Right, because even though the noise ordinance goes to 11, we shut it off at 9, and our lights go off at 10. Right, but that's what the community wanted. That's what the area wanted. That's what the surveys came back with. So we kind of went that route, and we're still able to host tournaments, still bring in the economic impact, and still host majority of the community events, just with those kind of speculations. So it's doable. It's just how we go about it to get the right resource to make it happen.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Roxy. Thank you. Once again, with the idea that this is a gateway to District 1, and I imagine and really hope that there will be numbers of youth and families crossing Waldo Road to get to this facility. I wonder if there is a way that we can include a conversation with the state about some potential pedestrian safety precautions, if you will. Right now, I don't know what they are, but I can tell you every day crossing Waldo Road in an SUV, I am I am always reminded that it is a truck route, that 18-wheelers travel frequently, and we're wanting young people, families, elderly folks to traverse and get across that road safely. So I'm hoping that we will be able to include the state in a conversation or begin to conceptualize some safety measures so that we can be on the front end of things there. Let's see. I am just about done. I will just conclude with saying I really wish that the school board had been here today, but we do know that they will be a part of the conversation. And thank you, Roxy, for saying you have been having conversations with them. They will see this presentation? Yes. Okay, excellent, because I'm very interested in hearing what their role moving forward will be. This is a pretty hefty price tag, but I think that the return on this is something that could really be incredible in a lot of different ways. So thank you once again to staff. Thank you to the consultant, and I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chestnut, then I'll speak, and then we'll go to the public.
Go ahead. You have something else?
Yes, I did. I'm so sorry. Thank you, because I know this is your baby. I did want to just say this. I wanted to thank you, Roxy, for mentioning equity. I did want to follow up with a question about how we are working with the Office of Equity and Inclusion to make sure that we are implementing and maintaining the idea of keeping rates, accessibility, easily accessible to everyone.
Oh, we're in the midst of that with the equity team. So yes, I have at this point, we started with the pilot of my cultural affairs team. And now it's spread apart. Across the whole department is starting the process. So every single person in my team is going through the RBA process and learning all about equity and inclusion and how to incorporate that with what we do and to gather all the statistics that we need to do the right thing for our people.
Thank you very much. As I close out my comments for real this time, one of the things I wanted to just draw our attention back to is the fact that as we envision this amazing complex, I think we should always keep in mind that sports are this outstanding thing that some young people still don't have access to. And so I think as we move forward with this, it'll be very important to me, and I believe all of us, to make sure that all of our young people will be able to access the offerings and the activities at this space.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will conclude with the fact that I will say that my department has embraced this so deeply that we've also worked with Zariah and his team to make this type of educational program nationally within all the Parks and Recreation associations throughout the state of Florida. So we actually have a training here in Gainesville for them in March.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Roxy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Mr. Mayor, if you're ready for a motion, or you want me to wait until you finish your comments?
Well, let's wait till we hear from the
Okay,
public.
thank you.
Thank you. So I went to the GHS homecoming game about 3 weeks ago, and they did, yes. And I'll take credit for that too. You know, I haven't been there. No, kidding. The community spirit around Citizens Field remains unabated. The stadium is abated. I mean, it is. You know, we should have done this 20 years ago. We didn't. If the best time to do it was 20 years ago, then the second best time to do it is today. We've been talking very seriously about it since at least 2018, but it's time to actually get something done. We did the first baby step by bringing you all in. It's time to actually plan to put things on the table and say, these are the things we can choose and start turning dirt. It is not a time to put it off. We have the funding available and planned, in fact, to take the next step, and it would be wrong to not do that to the entire community. Citizens Field and the MLK complex matter a great deal to the neighborhoods surrounding it, but it matters to the entire larger Gainesville community in a way that I can't name anything else that does. It is the thing that unites our community in a very tight, strong way, and I feel more strongly about this than almost anything that we do, that we must honor this and we must move forward with it. Now, how we're going to pay for it, I don't know yet, but we'll figure that out as we go. And those are the questions that we're going to have to answer and should be prepared to do. So with that, Mr. Cork, let's hear from whoever's here to talk.
For public comment, we have Kali Blount, followed by Carrie Parker Warren.
It looks like Mr. Blount's out of the room, so yeah. There he is. Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you. I've heard this discussed ad nauseum in CRA and GCRA, so I'm ready to see something that really moves. I do want to please urge you to make sure of benefits for the neighborhoods immediately around. As you get ready to have some construction, tell those companies they should coordinate ahead of time with Career Source or whoever, that to maybe even prepare people in the neighborhoods to take employment there. The services and the facilities need to be very accessible, even perhaps for neighborhood activities to come on the site and make use of it. Make sure that it's a huge benefit. And I also echo Commissioner Walker's concern about safety. We don't ever want to see another Dillon. So, I mean, I know it's a high lofty idea, but that pedestrian overpass, you know, dream big. We want it to be safe. We want people to be able, we want little people to be able to go over there in safety. So thank you, and please keep it rolling.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Carrie Parker Warren. I hope that this project does get off the ground, and I hope that in 5 years we haven't done one project and neglected the other, because I know how you run out of money, you choose something and it ends up being more inferior then than it is now. I cannot fathom the vote today not being 5-0. 7. Oh, I'm sorry. 7-0.
She thinks some of us are going to leave the room.
This building should have been renovated, Mr. Mayor, not 20 years ago, 60 years ago. 60 years ago.
Well, ain't but about 70 years old.
This project is well overdue, and yes, it's on the east side of town. And this building and us have been mistreated and neglected since the cooling of the earth. Because all of the projects that the city commissioners have proposed for outside of the town, it ends up being, you run out of money, and then you put a brick wall out there with some flowers planted around it, and that's supposed to be something that we are proud of. We want this to be something that we are proud of. If this vote goes forward today, and we have some commissioners that will vote no, stop it, I have a name for you. If the commissioners that vote yes, that means that you would not have put us on the ship. If you vote to stop it, that means that you may have been the captain of the ship. So let's go forward, let's be positive, and continue to get this go forward with this project and make the people in this city, especially the citizens on the east side of town, proud of something that you said you were going to do, and you followed through and you did it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parker Warren. I want to thank the commission because I think that the commitment is here. The comments, the support, the engagement. I think that Commissioner Sacco hit it on the head. We have to send a message that we are going to do something. Something is going to happen so people can start planning and start getting ready. But this is a turning point for us, a turning point for our community. And with that, I'd like to put the motion on the floor that that we direct staff to move forward with implementing the next steps identified. 1, engage an architectural firm, explore strategic planning opportunities, and 3, to devise an initial funding plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, if I
And-
might
yeah.
just intervene before, there are funds available for us to move forward with the different segments of the recommendation, and those funds are in the GCRA budget,
That we've already approved.
and they have already been approved by the commission.
Right. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we, number one, I'm afraid not to vote for this at this point in any event. And I'm not sure how Coach Prime became a component of this incredible transformational project, but that would be good also. So on the more serious side, the upside of a project of this scale is tremendous. And the downside for us for the next, 1 to 2 to 3 years is simply our fiscal picture, and we're going to have to try and figure that out. But there's no downside for us to doing these next steps and trying to figure out those things. And whether it's one large project in one piece or we do pieces, I'm not sure. I think we'll probably hear that in our future reports, and it may be limited by some of that fiscal picture. I made 15 or 20 notes, as we were talking about all the different aspects of partnership and funding and ability to put in leverage that really is meaningful for our community, and it's vast. I'll just tick them off, and this is merely for, so to the Johnson Consulting, thank you very much for a really, I'd say, comprehensive and deep presentation that's going to be helpful. I thank you, Mr. Dowling. So a few things I was just thinking about, I'm just going to tick them off for purposes of brevity, is, this may be something like a legislative ask for fiscal year 2025, right? Because that's where we're going to be, but we need to be thinking ahead for where we might be. You're welcome.
It's in already.
Okay,
This year anyway.
so we're ahead. Clearly, the school board we've mentioned, we've talked about private management partners. There's a couple that are in the room that I know have worked quite a bit with the county. Regardless of that, we would go through a whole lot of processes and RFPs to figure out exactly what that would look like, but I'm certainly in favor of private-public partnership. There's some organizations that do typically bring monies for recreational facilities that benefit them. The Florida High School Athletic Association is one and has money and leverage, so I put this out so when we hear something in the coming months. The AARP, which I know sounds unusual, has specific funding sources related to things like older recreational uses for older Americans. I don't know if I'm out of my depth here, but if it's there, we got to be looking towards it. Same thing for the not just the University of Florida, but the University of Florida Foundation. The foundation has monies, that probably allow them to partner in ways that the University of Florida proper cannot. So I mentioned that. ADA and Paralympic recreational facilities typically have funding sources. I don't know if it's something we've considered, but we need to, especially whether it relates to sports competition for Paralympics. And those who have some vulnerabilities. I heard a couple of my colleagues talk about naming rights and stuff, and that certainly should be a component of what we look into. And I don't know if it was the Mayor Pro Tem or Commissioner Chestnut who mentioned, but things like hotel and bed space within the geography, you talked about the 10 to 30 minutes, but really closer to that area is really important. And there is property on that Waldo Road corridor that is probably ripe for the partnership to put bed space right there. So I would ask that we look into those property acquisition types of aspects that that takes away the traffic component, but gives us the ability to make that space really useful. I think about that, and well, that's plenty right there. That's why I think Spurrier's, the restaurant, the private restaurant out just across the city limits, did something unique with essentially a museum in homage to one of our great athletes at the University of Florida. But what it does is it brings sports tourism. And I heard you, Mayor Pro Tem, talk about the tourism. And this may be that type of space that we can do something as it relates to Gainesville athletics. So that also brings in naming rights, funding streams, and people. And maybe it's Gainesville athletics and museum space that's within there. That doesn't really take up a lot of square footage, but brings people there. So these are just a few kind of random thoughts as it relates to how do we make it work in the long run, and I just hope that you all will consider some of them for our future report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Williams.
So in the prior studies, this is not the first time the city has looked at this, and so I think it is important to send the signal, we're going to do something. How big, exactly what, private, is it completely public, is it a partnership, are we doing it in stages all at once? But I think it is important that today we are saying, we are going to do something. The 2010 study, the 2006 capital projects that promote tourism, 2011 environmental assessment, no, that's good. That is something we will actually use, environmental assessment from the past. 2019 economic impact analysis for a redevelopment project and others. GFR has done some looking at their sites as well. Commissioner Brooks said there's no downside. Well, I mean, when you spend money on something, you don't do it. Technically, there is a downside. We're just more prepared for something we're not going to do. These previous studies cost money, probably in the millions of dollars by this all time and said and done. But I think that today it is, as was said, this is a turning. We are going to do something. If at minimum we have a stadium that is just it does not do our public schools justice for the fun they have, the sportsmanship they put on, and their glorious victories and even bittersweet defeats. I'm surprised the school board hasn't just completely demanded we do better yet. So I think at minimum we got to do something. And what we do, bringing soccer fields further east is just paramount because they're well used, and as the mayor said, Jonesville's a long way to go if you're looking for tournament play. Forest Park is beautiful right now, but it's still a little ways away and perhaps not where we have a lot of youth in that kind of league play. So I'm really excited about this. But I do want to remind as we go forward, in the study we brought back for our Parks Master Plan update showed that, again, in Southwest Gainesville, in my district, the average black resident lives further on average from any park, from a pool, than in any other district. So we put a lot into our parks across the city, but after this, we still don't have a pool in Southwest Gainesville, and particularly the people who live there are far away from pools. Not that just there's not one there. They are far. They are far away from any park. They are far away from any of the facilities. The only place they have the leg up is probably soccer. They are the people, Southwest Gainesville. They are close to soccer. That's about the only leg up. All across the other city, people have a leg up just on basic distance to a lot of our other facilities. But soccer is the one where and that's why we're looking at it. Soccer brings that further back east. So I'm excited about that. But then as we go forward, we have a lot to look to, because those inequities exist in other pockets and corners of the city. But this is important to just do something, signal to the community. So I'm really excited about it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, one thing we did not mention right before we take the vote, I want to point out that we just glossed right over the idea of potential minor league soccer team living at this stadium, of it being their home field. That's exciting. I mean, we do Little League, we do high school, we do University of Florida at Santa Fe sports, but that's just where it ends. We can be the kind of city that hosts minor league professional sports. There's no reason that they can't be part of what we do. So I didn't want to let that just be entirely glossed over, and that could also be an important funding mechanism for what we do going forward. All right, I see no further lights, so all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Mr. Clark.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. Our next item is 2023-1029, Commissioner Chestnut discussion item, City of Gainesville Holiday Parade update, with the recommendation that the City Commission receive an update on the holiday parade.
Very good.
Thank you, Ms.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. First, I would like to thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to take on this project. As we look back over the year, we have had a tough time. Many, many dark clouds. And as I paraphrase a line from the poem Invictus, our heads are bloodied, but unbowed. The smile on a child's face, our neighbors, when I say we are going to have a holiday parade, makes it all worthwhile. We, the commission, staff, and community partners are a team, and working together, we can do almost anything. We are a team, we are family. As you review the update, please bear in mind that we are still raising money. In fact, I just got another $2,500 donation as I was sitting here from Weyerhaeuser. This is a parade for the people, funded by private donors and this commission's support. You might say it is an early holiday present presented by the community to the community and funded by the community. So let's continue to see this through. Therefore, ask for your continued support of our holiday parade. So with that, Mr. Clerk, we're ready. I want to start first with our sponsorships and raising the private dollars. We have been able to, our gold sponsors, our Collier Companies, GFL Environmental, Morgan & Morgan, and UF Health. Silver, Gas South, many of you may remember that as Infinite Energy, Rad Sports, and now Weyerhaeuser at $2,500. At the $1,500 level, all right, Audi of Gainesville, Campus USA Credit Union, Chestnut Funeral Home, Children's Trust of Alachua County, CPPI, Duke Energy, EDA Consultants, Eden Park, Fletcher Family Companies, Gainesville Housing Authority, McDonald's, Mitch Glazer, Ulrich Construction, Scorpio Construction, and Trimark. And we have an in-kind contribution of $12,500 from Cox Cable, which will give us 130-second commercials starting November 1. Okay. So that gives us a total sponsorship now of almost $50,000 plus the $12,500 worth of in-kind donations. Thank you. Our current parade participants, we are at about 37, but you can see that it's a very good cross-section of schools, our bands, a very good cross-section from the community, I might say, and more people are signing up each day. Many of our sponsors will also become parade participants as well. Okay, thank you. There, the list goes on with the community. So at 37, and we're still going. Here's our budget. We have looked at the budget. Our initial budget was based on the University of Florida's parade, which is a bit longer than the one we're going to have. Our parade is going to be about 1 mile. So we're looking at about $27,000 for Public Works. People are amazed as I've talked to them, for them to know that we will have to pay for the services just as any other vendor. So parades are not cheap. I found that out. But at any rate, as we go through the budget, you can look at the items before you. From the park operation costs, from the porta potties to radio rentals, on down to Santa carolers. We will have 2 Santas. Santa and his brother. Go on to the next page, please. The GPD cost, I think that's pretty thorough. Fire safety cost, which brings us to about $63,864. Then, as we move on, you will see the in-kind for marketing. We're going to have a private donor sponsor a dignitary brunch that will be for the celebrities like our coach, our Grand Marshal, Coach Spurrier, of course, all of you, and then everyone that's going to participate, really. The city manager's office, Public Works, PRC, communications and marketing, we're looking at about a $25,000 indirect cost. And the Gainesville Chamber of Commerce is serving as our fiscal agent. And there you have the update.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I'm excited. I think we can, we're looking at about $14,000 yet to raise, thereabouts, in direct
We're
costs.
still raising.
And we're still raising, right. I've got a couple of lines out there as well still. I'm confident that will come back around.
And I invite each one of you, if you would like to, help us in fundraising. I welcome it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Share that with us.
Do you share the?
We send the PDF of that.
Oh, I will. Oh, definitely.
Thanks. All right.
You don't have this?
I don't think I printed it, I think was a
Okay,
problem. I
all
saw as
right.
an attachment. Thank you.
Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Manager, how has the absorption now or in the future that indirect costs, that kind of work for our staff, how has that been going, or how will it go? Is it a good time of year, bad time of year? At least budget is done, so I just, $25,000 is real hours of work.
It is, it's real hours of work. Staff was given a direction by the commission about a month or so ago as Commissioner Chestnut made the request. And so at that, yes, staff has been putting in the time to plan and coordinate and work with the commissioner to move this forward. And so they are real hours spent.
I appreciate this being in here so that we can appreciate that things we want to do in the end, there's a real cost in time, and that is a commitment of the city into this.
Yes.
So that people still know, should feelings be heard about, like, well, all that money came from, we have some skin in the game, and on a reduced staff, we're putting some skin in the game. So thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to point out too that it's not the first time we've had money come in from the community to match for things that we do, sponsorships, but it's probably the most intentional. And seeing the community willing to do that, to get a buy-in, it gives me great hope for things to come as we start to look for sponsorships in other opportunities. And I believe that we will be able to do that, and it lays out a path for us to do that. Madam Manager, you don't need a a motion on this? Is just update?
No, I believe there was a request for a report to be
Right.
provided today, and of course, Commissioner Chestnut has provided that. As staff, we helped her with the budget, and so it's presented today. I think maybe the one element that I want to put on the table is the chamber is serving as our fiscal agent, and in the agreement that the commission approved just last week, I believe we had it on as a retroactive item because we wanted to make sure that that was an official relationship acknowledged by the city. There is a 10% fee that they are charging on those funds, and so I know it makes it a little bit more difficult, Commissioner Chestnut, but yeah, the 50,000 is really 5,000
Okay, gotcha.
minus for their fee.
Okay. All right, well, that's important information, but we'll keep on raising. Okay, any further comments on this one? All right, Mr. Clark. Or, I'm sorry, do we have public comment?
We have Maria Huff Edwards signed up, but I believe she is gone.
Yes. Okay,
On
that's
to,
all.
on to our next item, member comment.
All right, so I've got a couple things to put out at the end, but Commissioner Book.
Not really a member comment, I just know that we were dealing with Parks and Recreation quite a bit today, and I just wanted to hear about something that we hadn't talked about, I don't think, in the last week that related to Parks and Rec. I believe they got some fairly extensive recognition. Madam Manager.
Mr. Mayor, yes, Commissioner Book, you're absolutely right. City of Gainesville Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs earned a perfect reaccreditation score, 100% across the board on all of the elements of reaccreditation. And so that is absolutely commendable for the work that they've been able to do with their team and other departments across the city to reach that mark.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, 100%.
This is the first time.
They've been accredited before, but this is reaccreditation at 100% in terms of the scoring.
And on the heels of that, I want to remind anyone watching and all of us up here that GPD is nationally accredited, GFR is nationally accredited, and Public Works is nationally accredited. So it's almost like we're running a pretty good operation around here. All right, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have had some questions. I think there's some recent activity, Madam Manager, out at the Pink House in Porter's Quarters that some folks have been asking me about. Do you know anything about that?
I really do not. Maybe if Roxy Gonzalez had stayed, she may have been able to add to that, but I'm unaware of anything going on at the Pink House. Andrew, are you aware? I'm not aware from. Oh, is she coming? She's
Wonderful, I do see her. That would be great. I've been getting some phone calls starting last night. As she comes, I'll just take this time also to say I've had some constituents who've reached out to me personally, asking me to make my emails public. I want to just let them know that that should be up and done by tomorrow. For those of you that wanted me to do that, I have no problem accommodating you. That should be up. The request has been put into IT, and that should be done by tomorrow. Roxy, are you able to speak to the Pink House? I've had some folks to call me from Porter's Quarters saying that they've seen some work being done, something happening with windows, and they wanted to know if someone had purchased it, what was going on with it.
I am not sure.
Don't know?
I can tell you that I know that the windows are constantly being broken, and at one point there is wood on all the windows. So I do recall there was conversation about facilities going out there and removing the wood and fixing the windows to making it more appealing because it just looked really bad.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. It's not my department. I don't know if that's who's out there or who's not.
But it is still, it's the city's.
It's city property.
Right.
It's not Parks Department.
Thank you,
Yes.
thank you. I got you. I'm just fielding the concern. Folks were curious as to if that had been let go because I believe their concern was it was a surplus property and they wanted to know if it had been let go to someone.
That would be, I'm not quite sure who would answer that
No?
one.
Did I see Andrew shaking his head? No? Thank you, Roxy.
Yes, no, that's not the case, where it's still city property.
Thank you very much. All right. I think that the concern should have been allayed up to this point. Any further questions, I'll get with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Attorney, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and thank you for the indulgence, I just wanted to touch base briefly on the subject of the lawsuit the city had filed regarding the GRU governance matter. As you know, I provided each of you shortly after the decision from the Second Circuit Court in Tallahassee, in Leon County, with a memorandum from our trial counsel that we had retained, detailing some facts. That analysis was covered under the work product exemption containing mental impressions of counsel regarding matters in current litigation, so it would be exempt from public records disclosure until such time as that litigation is over. And wanted to make sure, I think there's been ample time for anyone who wanted to bring the matter for further discussion to do so, but just to reiterate that the time in which to appeal that decision would be 30 days from the decision. That would expire this weekend, so really tomorrow would be the last day to file such a notice. In short, the factors that would consider that you would consider in whether it's worthwhile or not, or just whether it would be worth the continued expense as to what expected result you would get. And what's changed since this time, I think significantly, since the time of the court's order, obviously, is that the governance of the city has now been changed with the installation of the authority. So there is a separate governing board now, also with the city of Gainesville, which is significant in defining who we are as a municipal corporation. But also there are 3 other lawsuits currently pending in which the city, and again, this is the city now comprised of a city commission, that's our governing body over most municipal functions, and the GRU authority, which is our governing body over the utility systems, has been listed as a defendant, bringing up really many of the same issues. I think all the same issues, I think it's fair to say, that was raised. So there will be, I think, an ability to reach a judicial conclusion, perhaps, on these issues through that other litigation that wouldn't be being pushed forward by the city. Additionally, I think it's fair to say that at some point the GRU Authority Board the utility systems, I'm sure, will need eventually to issue debt, if for no other reason than to renew debt facilities as they come up, as a matter of course. And at that time, they would be strongly urged to pursue a bond validation just so the market can be reassured as to the authority of the city to issue debt under our new governance structure. There's nothing negative about that. A bond validation proceeding would be expected in the case of a situation like this, I think, when there's been a governance change. And through that validation process, which is specifically allowed by the special act and the new provisions in Article 7 of our charter, these issues would have the ability to be determined then as well with an expedited appeal to the Supreme Court. That's a long way of saying is that I would not intend on filing a notice of appeal in this matter. Would be willing to listen if there was some strong feelings on that, and I understand that there may not be, because again, I provided that memo some time ago, after September 29th, obviously, but prior to the installation of the authority board. I think that the issues that were raised, the issues that may still remain, will have the opportunity to be heard by courts, and therefore the expense attenuated to an appeal of the order from Leon County, I would argue, isn't justified. So that's just by way of an update. We have the 3 other cases currently. We'll continue to defend, and there may be more coming down the pike. If there's any questions, we can certainly discuss it. As to the memo that I had sent to you, again, that was exempt from, it is a public record, but it is exempt from disclosure until the litigation is over. Once the litigation in the Leon County case is over, of course, that will become a public record as well. And any directions that I've given you all not to share that would end, and we would make sure, we've had a public records request for it, and we would make sure to comply with the law in that regard as well. Thank you. Any questions, we can certainly talk about it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think I have interest in appealing, where we're at the deadline, as Mr. Nee said, though I think that our case was, I don't think that outcome, I don't think they've, I don't think justice has been served. I still think that in the other cases, other things will come down. I still think those other cases have some real valid points. But I don't think that we will be able to achieve what we would like, or at least what this commission has expressed in the past, through the appeal. Some of it is the reality. We made a very good and valiant effort, and I did argue that it would be hard, but it's worthwhile, and even sometimes when you know you're going to lose. I think we did a good effort. We did spend resources, but now that now that our city will have to defend on some other cases, and it is a little weird to say, I think that we, if the GRU authority in some way, I suspect we will lose to some degree in the future on those other cases, because we will be defending. I don't know where that's going to end up eventually, but right now I don't have the interest in filing an appeal. So in case no one else said it out loud, I don't think that we're going to get out of it what we want. And so at this point, I wouldn't be willing to go forward with an appeal. Just want to put it out there, agreements or not. But as it stands right now, as far as I understand, with no direction, there would be no appeal. So not that it needs a vote at this point, but I wanted to at least express that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dean, as well.
Thank you. All right, I see no further lights on that item. Thank you, Mr. Nee, for bringing that forward. I want to bring up a couple things. Staff mentioned that we'd had discussion about noise ordinance conversation. If there's no concerns about that, then let's go ahead and then we'll ask staff to agenda that for sometime in November to have a conversation about that. Is that staff comfortable with? Yeah, noise ordinance, yeah, okay. Very good. I want to leave you with this. I hate to leave on a down note because I feel like we did some really good work today, but I do want, I want to ask us if we'll take, before we adjourn, a moment of silence. Last night in Lewiston, Maine and surrounding areas, once again, gun violence popped up out of nowhere and visited itself upon a community. That could be our community or any other community in America. Last figure I saw, we were well more than 20 folks who had died from that one gun attack or series of gun attacks by one person. And I didn't want us to walk out of here without understanding that that could be our community or any community in America. I think it's important that we recognize that. Commissioner Eastman, did you have something to add to that, or is it a, okay, then I won't ask for a moment of silence. Do you want to add something? I mean, go ahead, whatever you need.
I'm sorry that Madam Manager reminded me to point out, because this is on the agenda and it was something that we all had voted on, that on Monday we will be going over the minimum lot size reform, as well as at 6 o'clock at Martin Luther King Center. And on Wednesday, November 15th, it'll be at Westside Park at 6 o'clock. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that was something that we had voted on previously.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right. Two places, east side and west side.
Okay, very good. Y'all do please think about that as we leave, though, that is the sort of thing that could be our problem tomorrow, tonight. So keep that in mind. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you.